Still feel linking pug tags to Twitch drops is an idea worth exploring. However you reward pug tagging, you have to do it in a way that incentivizes people to want to become better commanders and not just to get better rewards. Because if you're incentivizing people to tag up so that they get better rewards, you're not going to produce better commanders, and you're not going to produce a better gameplay experience for players who join those commanders. That's the biggest concern that I have with it. Like, at some level, you're only really going to be a valuable pug tag if you have a legitimate personal interest in doing it. Because I have joined a lot, not a lot, I have joined some people who are public tagged, but have like absolutely no interest in actually commanding. And like they're obviously just doing it to get pips. And that's not a fun gameplay experience for people in those squads, I think. It's really complicated though. Like it's really hard to figure out how to incentivize people to do things that are time consuming but positive for the game mode overall. It's really hard to do. Anyway, let's go see where we get sorted. We will see. I do think, like, just that I'm contributing something to the discussion and not being like, these are all good ideas in theory, but I don't think they'd work. I think if you gave people longer term rewards for commanding, that it would probably be the best way to implement it. If you had a reward that was something like, God, honestly, if you, this, I hate this idea, but I'm going to share it anyway. Just know that if you told me this idea, I would probably not like it. If you structured commanding rewards the same way that like the Twitch partner program is structured, where it's like you have to stream for this amount of hours for this length of time and like with this many people in your squad, and then if you meet those criteria, you get thing. That might be an interesting way to implement it. If the reward was like, you unlock extra commander tag colors, or you unlock extra siege skins that you can use, or something like that. That would be an interesting way of doing it. But like, I'm a data scientist. Technically, I'm a doctor of data science. So I spend a lot of time thinking about like reward curves. And the best hope that you have for getting people interested in doing something is making the requirements for obtaining that thing themselves productive to the behavior that you're trying to generate. So whatever long-term rewards you want to give people for commanding, they should be tied to how many people you have in squad, how often you spend doing it, and then some kind of metric of activity, like how many objectives did you capture, how many players did you kill, or how many fights did you get into, or something like that. In my opinion, with like the largest asterisk in the world next to that. I think ANIT should increase the pip rate for behavior they want to promote. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't know if you, well, actually, Sushi, you know, but I don't know if like a random person knows how many pips you get for commanding. I am rank 6341. If I am open tagged with 25 people in squad, I get 18 pips per tick. I pip out insanely quickly when I'm commanding. And I do think it would be a good idea to incentivize pips a little higher for activities that ANET wants to encourage, because then that would naturally pull people into doing it. Yeah, so I think that's a good idea. What are my top 5 lighthearted, fun movies? Fuck, man. I do not watch a lot of movies. Like, I'm in. I don't think I've watched more than like 5 movies ever. So I made it? I'm actually sorted with the rest of my team? Okay. Interesting. I'm on Yolon Haven. I am in Rawls Rest. So that looks like it worked. Like, I can instead just list, like, the last 5 movies that I saw, and then you can laugh at me. Because it's like, Pacific Rim, Transformers 2, Twilight Breaking Dawn, the first half of the last Harry Potter movie, because Amanda wanted me to watch it in theaters when it came out, which should be dating just how often I watch movies. And then, like, like Muppet Christmas Carol, maybe? Those are, like, the 5 movies that I've ever seen in my life. So, yeah, I don't watch a ton of movies, man. Okay. Look at the preferential treatment. So here's the deep thing. I didn't put a ticket in. I didn't put a ticket in, and I did not touch my team selection at all. So I don't know if that's luck of the draw, or if they actually just went to go back and look. Oh, I didn't even select it. That's luck of the draw. I got completely luck of the draw into the same matchup that I was supposed to be in. Sus? It's a little sus. I'm not gonna lie. But I actually thought that I was going to get solo sorted. Although it does look like we are missing a pretty significant number of people. I'm not sure where they're all at. So maybe not everyone has gotten moved? I'm not sure. I guess I should probably change stream title. Nah, it's fine. It's still an appropriate title. Alright, perfect. So I'm going to be playing Firebrand, which means I really don't have to use my brain. Let's keep talking about commander rewards. That was an interesting conversation. Or are you guys burned out on it already? We can change the topic if you want. I love thinking about that stuff, though, so I'm happy to have that conversation. Also, I should be in party view. Should be a good boy. More chevron ranks below the tag's diamond icon to indicate commander upgrades and assault defense options available. I think more cosmetics in general would just be good. Like, rainbow titles were a great step. Or not rainbow, but like colored titles. Colored titles are neat. People love colored titles. I still, for the life of me, don't understand why we don't have siege skins in the gem store. Siege skins in the gem store would go crazy. And, like, even better if you wanted to add them as, like, a player unlock or something. But that seems like just the lowest hanging fruit on the world, in the world. So I have to imagine there's some kind of implementation issue on that that is preventing that from being an easier fix. The Firebrand slander? No, you've got it wrong. I am the world's last Firebrand defendor. I actually think that Firebrand is fun. I actually think that Firebrand is interesting, and more people should play Firebrand. I just also think that you can really turn your brain off on it, because it's very easy to play Firebrand at a satisfactory level. It's harder to play Firebrand well, because then you have to, like, know what you're doing with stun breaks, and you have to actually be able to, like, turn your character to stun break individual people. And it has a, like Seth is saying, or Sora is saying, it has a ton of interaction. There are so many resources you have available on Firebrand to do things for your party beyond just I'm going to press stab. But the skill floor is really low. So, like, it's really easy to be an average Firebrand. It is really hard to be a very good Firebrand, and the skill depth on the profession is really high. It's got stab. Yeah, squads need and want stab, but you also have resistance. You also have good protection uptime. You have good crowd control available in like Staff 5 and in Sanctuary. You have the single best on break in the game on Mantra of Liberation. You have on-demand bulk Condi Cleanse, like actual good Condi Cleanse. You have access to pulls via Justice 3. You have projectile denial. Like, there's so many niche applications for Firebrand skills that a lot of people don't think of that give you opportunities to widen the skill gap between your group and somebody else's group based on how good you are at taking advantage of them. Pretty sure I'm just trying to spread Firebrand propaganda to get yourself out of jail. Again, slander, lies. I'm trying to get people to play Scourge so that I never have to play support Scourge again because I hate that class. I'm happy to be on fire. I would rather spend 2 weeks on Firebrand than one raid on support Scourge. And I wish that I was kidding. I am being the most sincere with you that I have ever been in my life. I despise support Scourge. I hate support Scourge almost as much as I hate support Renegade, and I think support Renegade is probably the worst designed profession in the game mode right now. Give Rev and Vindicator red and blue stances stab for 5, not selfish. The closest, so there's primary support, secondary support, tertiary support, right? Primary support is boon support, secondary support is heal cleanse, tertiary support is like barrier, res, utility, other random stuff. It would be nice for the game mode if there was a third option for primary support, and I think that Rev is probably the closest to it because of how strong Road is. The biggest things holding it back are just that it doesn't have a reliable second source of stability. It doesn't have a great stun break, and then it has kind of limited utility outside of Dwarf. Like, it doesn't really do a lot else. I guess you could do like Dwarf Centaur, maybe, but like Renegade does not need, or not Renegade, Revenant does not need a lot of extra help to get to a point where it's a really viable primary support profession. And if you had 3 different options to run between Firebrand, Chrono, and Renegade, I think that would be a pretty healthy spot for primary supports to be in. Stay away from that gate. I do not have a signet for that, unfortunately, but I can at least projectile reflect. Kim, so what were you saying about nothing to stat pad on Arc? You want to answer for your crimes? Your lies that you're spreading? Holy fuck, that's a lot of downs. Good spike, good spike, good spike. Here, I have some resistance. This is really laggy all of a sudden. Talk to me about stat padding, man. I was second on meters in that fight, as long as you stopped looking at it before they pushed out. Fire ran way too strong. Oh, another yak. Yum, 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 yum. Also, I don't think I have a full booster on right now. Show me birthday booster for the birthday boy. Have I officially resigned as KNT Necro class lead? Yeah, as soon as I can find some poor dumb idiot to dupe into taking my place on it, absolutely. I would love to give some other schlub that position. You don't think Ren can ever really be the primary stab source over FB Chrono? Because even though roads are busted, it's stuck on a rotation and less reactive. That's why I think it would actually be an interesting option as a primary support. Like, Firebrand is always going to be good because it's versatile. But if you were to nerf the stability outbreak of fire, or the stability output of Firebrand, if you were to nerf the stability output of Chrono, and you were to leave Road where it is and then give it a second good stability, option, like the Megan story is suggesting, then Renegade becomes your, or Revenant becomes your profession when you just want stab uptime, and you can cover all the other utility that Firebrand provides through like other professions. Whereas if you want something that's more versatile, then you can run something like Firebrand or you can run something like Chrono. Because I think that leads to a more interesting comping decision when you're trying to figure out what kind of squad you want to run. Like, I don't think that Rhodes is the thing that is actually too broken on Revenant. I think that Stand Your Ground is stronger than it should be. You could probably get away with like having the stab duration on Stand Your Ground. I don't think you can afford to power creep Road at all. I just think you should like slightly nerf a couple other stab skills. So that if you want 100% stab uptime and you don't want to have to coordinate it across more than one profession, you can just run Revenant. But if you want more versatile professions, you have to coordinate better between maybe two professions that give stab. Whether that's double Firebrand parties, whether it's Firebrand Chrono parties, or whether it's like something else. Later, Aura. Have a good time playing Deadlock. Say hi to Pigeon for me. They pushed out? Question mark? What you doing out here? Doink. OJ's on Gary, by the way? On Lord? No, like, not on us, on Lord. Okay. No, not our OJs, the ones on Lord. Do you see the ones on Lord? This gate's open? Oh, there's still people there? Gamers. Sky, Hope, Rings up. We'll be fine. Line. Yoink. This seems like a fine spot for Hallowed. And then I'm gonna keep Indom in my back pocket. I'm just gonna roll Aegis here. We can re-empower here. I'm so tempted to just drop a line on that for Chaos mode. Immunes, immunes, immunes. That's fine. I'm removing Stab. Uh-oh. I'd like Stab to go off, please. Well, good luck. Good luck, my party. I tried. It's been a while since the lag has been this bad. Hey, Stab went off. Let's go. I've done it. Let's see. I still haven't used Indom. Alright, let's do Indom here. Give me 5 and then Resistance just to let people run. And we'll push back in. People still have stab from Indom. I don't need to dump Hallowed here immediately, or Stand Your Ground here immediately. It's about to expire. I'll have Stand Your Ground now. And then here, probably just like Empower to get people some endurance back so they can continue dodging here. I don't have a ton of great options here. I guess I have like Courage 5 for 1 stack. This seems like a fine place for Resistance. Cover it. Line north, just to keep people from leaving this Lord's Room. And then that should be it. We should be fine at this point. I think we're chilling. And we flipped it. Beautiful. Ace stabs the charm. It's been a long time since Skill Egg was this bad. Here I thought it was getting better, and now I don't know what to think. I think Road is definitely way OP. Between Roads and Ventari, you do like 2 to 3 times the amount of raw stab as Firebrand. I mean, I feel like boons right now are probably a little stronger than they should be, which is where a lot of my nerf Stand Your Ground perspective comes from. But I also think that roads have two issues. The first one is that they ignore target cap, which is problematic design space for virtually every skill that's ever ignored target cap. And second, they pulse. And I think stabs, sources of stab that pulse are also problematic. So I do wonder what inspiring reinforcement would look like if you nerfed one of those two things. Like, how good would roads be if it was 5 target total, but pulsed? And how good would roads be if they... The other condition. I lost my train of thought. If they did the other... If you got rid of the other thing that's bad. What if they hit 25 people but didn't pulse stab? What if they pulse stab but only hit 5 people per pulse? That was it. I think either of those would make it much less problematic from a design space. Spice peppercorn? Oh, no. Could we have a double XP, no downstate, no boons weekend? I don't think so. As much as I would love to be an advocate for a no boons week, the unfortunate truth is that playing world versus world without stab is not fun. Like, stab needs to exist. Otherwise, all people would do is run like 30 hammer berserker comps and nobody would have any fun. Because you would be chain stunned until you died and the entire game mode would come down to who had more numbers. It would be a really, really unfun gameplay experience. And it would really just come down to numbers. I don't hate it as like a... Like, I see where you're coming from, where it's like, what if we had bonus weeks that just kind of fundamentally changed rules of the game mode? Like, what if we did have a bonus, like a no dodging bonus week? And I think that's part of why no downstate is kind of interesting, is because no downstate is a bonus week that just removes a core element of the game mode. But I just think that no stab would probably result in a bonus week that is not fun. Because you would basically never have control over your character. The idea that I had in NA Alliances earlier this week was that in the last week of every matchup, so once a month, you have a bonus week. And you just have like a rotating schedule of 4 bonus weeks or 6 bonus weeks or something like that. But like doing something to shake things up, make the last week of the game mode a little more interesting, change the rules a little bit, kind of helps to return world versus world being a little more of a casual game mode, doing things that are a little more fun rather than prioritizing like only the competitive elements of the game mode. And it's probably like, I like to do the, you know, if I was a net president for a day, what would I do shtick? That's probably one that's pretty high up on my list, is like more bonus weeks, especially at the end of a month when most people are kind of checked out on the matchup overall and just want to do something fun. So I totally agree with you on that. It's just a question of figuring out what bonus weeks are interesting and what bonus weeks are actually feasible to implement. Like, I've always thought that a base profession bonus week would be really interesting, where the only professions you can play are the original Core 9 vanilla professions. Or if there were bonus weeks that removed stat combinations, like if there was a no minstrel bonus week. But then, like, people who only have access to minstrel gear are kind of fucked, and you have to figure out what they're supposed to do for a week. So there's implementation problems with all that kind of stuff, but I think it's a design space that's underexplored. This is a great spot for Indom. And then as soon as I get to him, I'm dropping a resistance field so we can move. This is going to be real hot. I need to double up my stab. I can't. None of my skills work. I'm going to double it up here instead, because I think we're going to grind here for a bit. This is a fine spot for Hallowed. And then give me, like, the world's most annoying sanctuary on this corner for people who try to run up the stairs. Ooh, unfortunate. Can stab here, we're gonna move again. This is gonna be like my last stab for a while though. So after this, they're gonna have to figure out what to do. I think we've got this though. I need to 5 here, because it's like the only good stab I have at this point. Everyone's fine in the tail. Siege Crusher activated to assault options. That'd be fun. Like, Siege Crusher can build his own siege or something like that. This is my unpopular... We're getting into unpopular opinion territory, where, like, Sora specifically is probably going to yell at me. But I think a week where you added bonus mechanics to Keep Lords would be fun. That would be neat. But I know that adding more PvE mechanics into World versus World is, like, not the most popular among a subset of players. You're an OG raider, so PvE mechanics are fun. Yeah, but are they fun in World versus World? Do they belong in World? Like, how PvE should World versus World be? You know? Like, if Hill's Lord was actually Gorseval, is that interesting or not? Or is it just annoying? I think it would be sick, but I would probably not flip Hills without a group that could actually, like, do Gorseval mechanics, because there's no way you're gonna one-burn him. And then also, it's like, how in the world are 4 people supposed to cap a Lord that has, like, raid mechanics? I still think that the single best Keep Lord design is Earth Keep Lord, though. I love Earth Keep Lord. Specifically, I love that his effect, like the ring that he puts up, is a symmetric effect. Where if you're a good attacker, you can use the earth walls that he creates. And if you're a good defender, you can also use the earth walls that he creates. And so Earthkeep's mechanics come down to which group has the better ability to play around the mechanics, rather than a mechanic that's just unilaterally punishing, like old Airkeep and old Firekeep used to be. Where it's just like Firekeep removes your stab permanently, and Airkeep locks you in donut jail for like 5 seconds randomly. Those were not interesting permutations of PvE mechanics, but Earthkeep, I love Earthkeep, man. Earthkeep rocks. World's griefiest sanctuary. Oh, fuck. I needed to dodge way faster there. End on me? 5, 4, 1. We're gonna be fine. I need to stun break you. Red is here. No, that's just red pushing back out the choke. I can stun break. I can stab again. Any day. There we go. That's real hot. I wish I had a signet for my friends. I have like a stun break for you. I'm just not sure if you're out of position or not, or if you're just not moving. Sheesh. Could enjoy guild rewards with restrictions that make it more appealing to join one and less appealing to be in multiple. Speak on this. Speak more on this. I know you literally said pretty vague, but I get what you mean. I don't think I get what you mean. I want to know more. World's most annoying sanctuary deployed. Good immunes. Oh, hallowed here, probably? He's moving here. That's fine. I need to stun break my friends. Coleman, you piece of shit. Get on tag. He's so far behind. Maybe it's my fault. Like, I didn't actually deploy resistance ever in that fight, but... I think the best Lord mechanics that could be received is some sort of ally boon application or other support. You mean like a channeled healing? I do think the direction they're going with the Lord mechanics now is probably the direction they should be going. in particular, the fact that if you're attacking a lord, you know when those skills are going to be deployed so you can plan around them. Like, as a commander attacking an objective, I know that if the lord's break bar is up, if I get pushed, an enemy group is going to have extra stab, and that's good. And I also do think that those changes go far enough. What lords do right now when the break bar is up is very powerful. But I think the bigger issue with defending is that attacking groups tend to be more coordinated than defending groups do. And so if you're already lacking coordination when you're trying to defend an objective, you're not as well positioned to actually succeed at that defense. Which is like not a balance problem, which makes it complicated. Like, it's frustrating for players who are defending because it is harder to coordinate and organize a defense event on short notice than if you're an attacker. But it's also not really something you can balance around. Because it's sort of like a thing that players need to be able to do themselves. It's like you have the tools, you just don't have the ability to use them. You know? It's a little complicated right now, so I might not be like totally getting these thoughts out, but hopefully you're figuring it out. It's a little busy in here right now. Good corruption. It's hard for more casual players to find... I cannot look at chat for like the next 3 seconds. Sorry, I'll be right back. Where'd my last heal mantra go? I've misplaced my last heal mantra charge. Okay, now we can look at chat. It's hard for more casual players to find fair matchups because of guild hopping. Not on topic of saving the game, I feel like Aiden has to go all in on the guild group experience and hooking people into it. I should get out of this spot. I can't help you, I'm sorry, you're too far gone. I need to get my mantra charge back. It's hard for more casual players to find fair matchups because of guild hopping. True, but I think a lot of that is actually based on what Megan was talking about, which is that there's just not as many pug tags around these days. Fair matchups are really primarily oriented around what team has more active commanders. And that's not to say that, like, solo players don't matter, and it's not to say that, like, small group doesn't matter, or that dueling doesn't matter, or that Zerg players are, like, inherently more important. But it's more that it's a large-scale PvP game mode, and being coordinated is a massive advantage. And it will always be a massive advantage because it's just an inherent property of the game mode. But there's not enough people in year 12 of World vs. World's existence who have the interest or capacity or expertise to actually put in the time to help coordinate their teams. And so for me, the question isn't like just get people into a guild. It's more, how do you incentivize people to coordinate on their teams? And when you see people talk about like how the old server system was better and how we should just go back to servers, these are people who 95% of the time had existing server communities that were good at doing that. And their frustration with world restructuring is that now they're having to experience what it was like on teams that never had that level of coordination for years under the server system. Like, if you were on Blackgate, or you were on SOS, or you were on JQ up until like 2023 or so when they started to crumble, you had a wonderful community experience. You had a high level of organization on your server. People were interested in doing trainings. Everybody knew each other, but that's because those communities have been very stable basically since Seasons. But then you had other players on places like Kining, or Soros Furnace, or Emery Bay, or like Iridon Terrace, where your entire world versus world experience is basically a rotating cast of whatever guild decided to transfer there for the next 2-month relink period. And so sometimes it would be nice because you would have good guilds, and sometimes there would simply be no guilds at all. And the result of restructuring has been that it's pushed everybody closer to the average. So people who played on dead servers are like, wow, restructuring is kind of great. Activity's higher overall. This is nice. Like, I'm seeing more people around. Well, people that were on these high pop coordinated servers are like, this is such a gamble now. I miss my old community. My community was stable, and now I don't know what I'm going to get every time I go into world versus world. So the average gameplay experience in world versus world probably hasn't changed all that much, but there's two factions of people in world versus world who have experienced very different elements of the restructuring system. And I think there's not a ton of that that's necessarily tied to guilds specifically. But being in a guild does definitely help. And then as far as saving the game, I don't know. I didn't intend to answer that portion of the question as well, but I think I kind of wound up wandering into it. From a save the game perspective, restructuring had to happen. Because you're never adding new people. People leave world versus world faster than they join. It's the nature of virtually any game in the modern era, is that your player base is always getting smaller and smaller. Large servers would have lasted for longer than smaller servers would have, but unless you do a better job of distributing activity across all teams, eventually you're going to have like 4 servers that are fun to play on and are full all the time that you can never transfer into, and then 8 servers that are dead, where no one plays on them. And it's just a waiting list for people to get into like the 5 servers that have a good community. Where camp raid parties, tower taker 10s, and raid 20s with daily map quests to give folks a reason to group up together instead of tag along. That would be good. I would like that. You just have to do it in a way that doesn't punish people who are trying to play the game solo, because that's still a valid way to interact with world versus world. Like, you could give people an extra pip for being in a squad of at least 10 people, and then you could give people another pip for being in a squad of at least like 15 people. But that's just going to make the small scale content and solo content in world versus world even worse than it is already, which is already pretty bad compared to how it used to be. The optimist in me is like, rewards are going to fix all of this, because as soon as you give a team a reward to work towards, then you're going to have all of the incentivization that you need for getting people coordinated, encouraging both large scale and small scale play, and all this kind of stuff. But I do not know what the rewards rework timeline looks like. I only have a very strong personal suspicion that restructuring, defense event reworks, and siege reworks were something that needed to happen first, so that eventually, when you had rewards, they were not being introduced into an imbalanced game mode. Also, thanks for the follow, Sin X Sun. Welcome. Welcome to a stream where I answer a 4-sentence Twitch chat prompt with like a 20-minute essay, where I become the guy from the reaction meme who's like drawing on a whiteboard and he's like, this is the content that we have here. I can only assume that you know this before following and that you understand what you're getting yourself into. Also, thanks for the follow, Megan. Same explanation, but also directed at you. But given that you've been an active participant in a lot of the question and answer, I assume that you know what the deal is. You've had a chance to observe the vibe that we curate in this community. And you're like, yeah, I want to listen to a guy talk way too much about a video game. That sounds like a good time. If Dugan a tab will the fantasy infusions account bound to have us chase over time? Well, they would have to add more than one infusion to do that. But Dugan is definitely an opportunity for improvement. This shit is so laggy. I feel like I'm running slower. Actually, I can fix that. I'm supposed to be the person in charge of that. Yoink. Wow, these are arcades. Oh man, this. Oh, all the fancy game infusions. Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. Good poll. Great poll. That's a necro that knows what they're doing. The rare wall trib. My supply. It's okay, I'll still have 15. The wall trib. What is this world? Oh, they're pushing up. Work, you've thought about it a lot? Alright. Sure. I'm gonna sank on this. Now, can I get back on this Kato? Oh no, we lost one. What do you guys think about adding even more World versus World exclusive rewards? I don't mean like rewards that you can get in PvE that you can also get in World versus World. I mean things like Gift of Battle and Load Armor. Do you think that's good for driving people to get more interested in World versus World? Or do you think it's just more like bringing people into the game mode who really don't want to be here and are just going to AFK at camps for the rewards that they literally can't get anywhere else? Sneaky Kata. What is he doing over here, True? Almost. He jumped, he jumped, he jumped. More reward tracks for things they need in PvE, more chase items from all game modes, aside from maybe raids. I could see that. I will say, full disclosure, I am camp anti-give World versus World more reward track-based rewards. I am also team anti-increase the gold per hour that you get from World versus World. I think it would just pull people in who want to like AFK map metas to get better gold per hour. This is maybe like a bit of an elitist perspective, but if you're in World versus World to get good gold per hour rather than to enjoy fighting against other players, no matter how many other players you're trying to fight, I think the game mode is actually better with you not in. That actually sounds really harsh. I should think about like a gentler way to phrase that. But you get the concept, right? Like the community is everything to World versus World. If you don't have a good World versus World community where people are actually interested in fighting against each other, then you don't have World versus World. And granted, I don't play a ton of open world, but I play some. And you can definitely tell on most of the big map metas that are like, you're there for gold per hour, people are showing up to auto attack. They're really not like achieving even the bare minimum of what they can do to complete an event faster. Because for PvE map trains, it doesn't matter. Like, everything's on timers. It doesn't matter how fast you clear Dragonstorm. You're still going to make it to the next one. Thanks for the follow, by the way, FTP. For Eva. Prestige skins for bragging rights and showing up together to show out together matters. Alliance Pride needs skin chasing rewards and fancy infusions. Yeah, I think that just like in general, more long-term chase rewards for World versus World are good. I think the infinite gizmo price is maybe a little overtuned, but not by much. And I think the infinite gizmo is probably the kind of thing that you want people to do long-term chase for. Where it's nice QOL, it's something that only really has value if you're using Siege in the first place, aka you're a commander or somebody who's dedicated to objective defense, and it's a project that you work on across the span of multiple months. Those are the kind of world versus world rewards designs that I actually think are a good design space, and I do not agree with people who are like, oh, it's way too expensive. It's supposed to be expensive. You're supposed to want to spend a lot of time working on this thing. Oop. More World versus World legendaries are likely not going to come, but more of them would be good things to have. A World versus World legendary weapon set akin to the like Ascended Obsidian weapon skins would be neat. It would be very cool. Maybe require other materials in the actual siege to make them, because it seems self-defeating and daunting. They do. You have to also spend the skirmish claim tickets. You have to spend emblems of the Avenger and Conqueror, and I think you have to spend testimonies of Jade Heroics on them. I think. I like the way that they've actually structured the way that these collections work, where you have to spend a ton of items on a thing, you have to find something on a map, you have to do a thing with the siege, where the doing the thing with the siege part is like dead easy, but like at least you have to do it, and then you get to put it together. I think that it would be more interesting to get the salvage siege from doing something like destroying siege that's been placed in the world. But also, one of the things that they said on that stream was that part of the motivation for adding the infinite gizmos was that they wanted to make some corrections to the way that the siege economy worked in terms of how blueprints are bought and sold on the trading post. And they wanted to add a sink to drive up some of the siege prices, because most siege was like 2 to 3 copper to buy, and that's not healthy for a game economy. The question now is whether 12 silver for a catapult is healthy for a game economy. Probably also not, but there's always new siege being put into the economy as well. And as more people get the infinite gizmo, like eventually those prices will come back down. But I'm not an economist, and I'm definitely not a game economist. So I have no clue. That's just speculation. I think the other two groups on this map may need a brief break from us. Okay, two really quick things to unpack about that. A, Yumi didn't want to say hello to a woman, and then B, corrected himself by saying, I didn't want to say hi to it, I mean she. Can we take that apart really quickly? Because I like Eris, and I don't stand for what Yumi is saying to her right now. I think that's kind of messed up. Like both. Yes, I would love to have you mansplain this to me. Tune into comms for 5 seconds, get to hear Yumi disparage Ruthless's girlfriend. Wonderful. They thought they had our group in Hills Lord. Bada is doing really well. Bada has not won tonight, but Bada is a much better guild tonight than they have been previously. So whatever they've done to like change comp or improve their driver or get their group more coordinated, it's definitely working for them. The problem is just that we're still better. But like, you watch them beat Grim outside of Bay, and Grim's group is no slouch either. So I have nothing but positive things to say about the way the bot has been playing tonight. And if we're sloppy, it is entirely possible that they could kill us in one of these fights. We just have to get a little lazy, and they have to be good at taking advantage of it, and they can probably win one of these fights. But it is not going to be easy for them. The rare double veil. Get ready to stun break your friends in the tail if they need it. Give me a resistance field here. I'm out of stab already. I'm hand-resing this. I cannot hand-res this. I've been corrupted off of it. Have a hallowed ground. I think he is just going to crumble here at this point. Good for spike, though. They gave Dun an extra cookie for DPS and Bada. They gotta give him more cookies, man. You give him like 10, 15 cookies, at this rate he'll be unstoppable. He's gonna go exponential on the arc meters. Gee, sorry, I'm guilty of the same things I accused you of not assuming that people on the internet are gender neutral until I know better. Also, I should start a fight bot. I actually want to know how big they are, because I think we might be bigger than them too, which is just going to be like another disadvantage that they're going to have to try and overcome. Dude, who was I running with last week? It wasn't Salt. Maybe it was Salt. I think I was running with Salt last week, and I was playing DH. And I'm not a great DH, but I think at this point I'm a pretty good DH. But Havoc's got a DH in his guild that was beating my ass on meters. Like, it was not even close. I'd spike it like 25, 30k, and I'd be like, yeah, that's a pretty good spike. Let's see how I'm doing on meters. Second, and this dude spiked it like 40. And I'm like, what the... How are you doing that? It's always fun getting to run with other guilds and being like, oh, this is the guy in that guild who just like pumps on meters. Because we've got it too. We've got JJ. JJ is probably one of the best damage players I've played with ever. And even among K&T, which is like most people in K&T play at a pretty high level. Not everyone is super sweaty. There's definitely some people who just show up to have fun, but like most people in K&T are pretty good. JJ will still beat your ass on meters 5 days out of 6. And I think a lot of guilds have that, where there's like a lot of players that are, around the same point on the skill distribution, and then there's one or two people who are like really, really fucking good. That felt unnecessary. I'm sorry I roamed on you. I just needed to keep participation up. What is this? Who is your main guild, Megan? Sorry, Megastore. It's not even Megan. I can't read tonight. I'm sorry. It's been a long week. Megastore, not Megan. Who do you spend most of your time running with, Mega? Three and a half minutes? Are you flicking my balls right now? That's so long. None these days? Do you mean like none in brackets, the guild none? Or just like you solo queue every month? I was honestly looking forward to potentially solo. I was honestly looking forward to getting to solo queue this month. And like, I'm glad I get to play with my friends, even though I've barely talked to them today because I've been streaming instead. But I was kind of interested to just see like, what is it like for a random player to just queue a random map on reset and try and find a commander to play with. It's been so long since I've experienced that perspective in Guild Wars. Like, that's how I played for the first 6-9 months, something like that, until I eventually found a guild that I enjoyed playing with. And it was fun, but I haven't done that since like 2018. Also, what's up, Liquor? How you doing? No, they're just dueling, man. Come on. I'm not adding this time. You do need to be invited to that guild. The guild tag is Afraid of Women and then degen in brackets. That is a guild that is made for you, Yumi. What is... Damn. They're getting ready to defend Gary. You watch where Swords of Tags are, then go flip a camper for, build some golem armies to spawn, and then call for the nerds to use them. I gotta spend more time. I think I need to... With the extra time that I have now that my dissertation's done, I want to try and spend more time just being like a solo player world versus world guy. I'm never going to not be an organized group player because I'm only in world versus world in the first place for the specific community that I play with, but I've got a little extra time to like be a guy and experience some different perspectives. Commander OJ is Hills Inner. Maybe you're responding to it? I don't know. It's not ours. Maybe it's them. Bada coming in. So this is going to be interesting. We do not have Pyro or bomb on us right now. It is only K&T. We are only 29. So if Bada can get organized quickly enough here and push us, this is a really good opportunity for them to actually wipe this group before the rest of our allies show up. Goldie, can you please get on tag? Thank you. Nope. Here comes one guild. That's bomb. They still have a window to push here before Pirate shows up. But they're running out of time. I'll just go ahead and hallowed ground here if you don't mind. Like this plus this is enough for them to push us right now. Whether they choose to is another thing. A million miles away. Yeah, here come the ACs. Good Veil, a little far. See if I can get. He's so fucking far ahead. Alright, that's a lot of people who did not dodge first spike. That's going to be a pretty hefty disadvantage they're starting off on. They're going to try and bunker here, but they already lost like 6. I don't think it's going to work. I think they lost too many people on that initial spike. Yeah. Yeah, you cannot kill a group this size with like siege alone. At some point you got to be able to square up and fight as well. But if you don't dodge the first spike, you're going to be starting off on the wrong foot. Do I even have the right oil on me? I have peppermint? I do have peppermint. Yeah, a couple Spellbreaker bubbles would go a long way. A couple a couple like DH traps would go a long way. Even like a couple roamers running Meteor Shower might go a long way. But like, numbers are one thing, boons are another thing. In general, as long as the numbers aren't total, good pull, great pull actually. In general, unless you've got a pretty hefty numbers advantage, the group that has more coordination wins. The group that casts the right skills at the right time. They've got a dragon banner now too. That's going to be interesting. Give me Indom here, 5, 1. And then as soon as they stop moving, give me 4. That's still a lot of people getting caught. I only want to use one small stack of stab here. I'm going to let Rhodes do the work. My stab's about to expire. I'll roll a little extra here, just because we're still at risk of getting pulled. Really, right now, all I'm doing is looking at my boon bar, and anytime stab gets low, I'm just applying another little bit of stab on top so that people don't get pulled off explicitly that corner. But if Night Fury is just going to stand there free casting, literally with one toe over the edge, that's also not my job to save. He's got to position better. They feel like they've gotten a little bit smaller now. Oh, okay, hello. There's a big ink on tail commander. I'm going to need help back here. I'm so strung out. This is a great opportunity for Bada to come in and pick on our tail. Look at how split we are from Tyrion right now. Like, if they can distract you... No, he's back on us already. Ruthless and Tyrion are not working together very well right now. And so if they can find an opportunity to catch us when they're split, and they can spike either of us hard when we're not expecting it, that's probably a pretty good avenue for them to get out of this situation. But red falling over that fast is again going to make it hard. And this is the part of commanding that I find especially difficult, honestly, is being able to think fast enough to take advantage of how a fight evolves. I am not a very fast thinker, and in these kind of situations, you're really rewarded for being able to think fast and act fast. Yeah, I mean, Ruthless is a very, very, very good commander. I think I am an okay commander. And honestly, this is just like practice for me. to get better at it for when I actually command. Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Twitch.tv/FPlaysGames, by the way. But for as much like battlefield visibility as I try to have, Ruthless is better than I will ever be. I will never be as good at understanding what a group is about to do than Ruthless is. And it's really hard to play around him when he recognizes things extremely quickly. You guys going to Taylor? I'm not going to be too mean to Nightfruit. He's sick today. Yeah, they've tried to work around opportunities that we've been giving them. Not like opportunities that we've been giving them, but like Ruthless and Tyrion have not been playing perfectly off of each other. And they've had opportunities to take advantage of that. But the times they've had those opportunities, you've needed to be just really fast. You've needed to be really fast to capitalize on. Yeah, exactly. Like, they're using Veil really well tonight. This is such a fucked up spot to fight a Lord at. Like, can we just please go into Lord's room? This is stressing me out. Thank you for even moving slightly away. They're going to try and push for the bridge, so I'm going to sank the bridge. That's going to split them in half if they try to move through here. What is this spot? What the fuck? This is... Oh, they were trying to go for pulls on us at the corner. Oh, I see what they were trying to do. That's sneaky. Again, if they had been just a little faster, I think that actually would have worked fairly well. But now we kind of just get to bunker up here. And now we've got a spot to pull them and disrupt them from trying to do that. This continues to be a fucked up spot to pull. So yeah, they should drop immediately here. They should try and pull from down here. They should get their people back. And now we're going to drop on them. Which is, again, if they're not fast enough to do that, then we get to capitalize on them having a low ground position on us. And they're trying to repair the gate. Hellmasker. What's up, Hellmasker? What you doing? I don't have any of your fancy kind of like AI tools that are like, here's how to recap what's been going on in the stream. We take a more bespoke approach to content here. So I'll give you like personal, individualized, organic summaries of what we've been doing over here. You're actually joining at a really good time. We have some really interesting fights with Bada going on right now. Where we're spending... We have two groups. Bada has one. But we're not doing a great job of staying where Tyrion is, and they've got opportunities to try and capitalize on it, but both groups are having to think really quickly right now in order to make sure they're not getting caught in spots that are really bad. So it's a good time. You're joining at an excellent point. I hope your stream was good. I saw that you were on the grind, but I was busy getting my OBS and everything set up at that point, so I did not have the opportunity to stop in. Just got out of World vs. World, had some decent fights yourself. What team are you on these days? Where did you get sorted to? Maybe we will see each other around. Oh, and also Red's here. So it's not just like us versus Bada, but here's Bada veiling into Red. They're going to do a great job of eating their tail right there, and then Green is going to have to turn on that. But that was an excellent hit that they got off first, and now they've got a nasty choke for Grim to try and come through. We'll see how this develops. It's a lot of red +3s. Bada's taken Portal back inside, which is probably the right way to go about doing that. Tyrion's also in there for some reason. I'm not sure what he's doing down there, but he's... Actually, where is he? Oh, there he is. He's leaving and only has like 4 people on him. Good domes, though. Bada's going back inside. They're using their chokes really well, but like this is a problem for them. This is a problem for them. This is a problem for them. They look fairly split right now. I don't think that's going to go super well if they're not managing to stay on tag like red is. And they don't have siege down on those parapets either. They've got green fairly, or red fairly split out here. I think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, there's their green +2s. That's going to be a problem for them. That's sort of a problem for them, but I think that Chrono's going to make it back to tag. There's another green +3, another green +3. They might be able to swing this still. They lost a ton of people on engage, but they could pull it back. Yeah, there's more. And this is really fractured now. You can see how fractured red is, just spread all over the place in that stack, and there they go. That's probably that fight over. That's like 10, 15 kills for Bada at that point. And that's Grim. Grim is not a bad group. So I think they are doing really well tonight. They're just not doing well enough to kill us and Tyrion at the same time. Unless they get a really, really good look at it. You were on Loot Gardas and got shuffled to Mughal. I will not see you this week, but I will keep that in mind. So Bada has lost this tower, but they have won that fight. And I think they did a really good job of it as well, at least from what I could see. Enemy players 80. It means nothing. Because we've been in combat with red and green. Oh, true. I think I can get you. I've got the res. Just give me stab. No, I got the res. I'm resing him. I resed him. He's alive now. Thanks to my valiant efforts. The live VOD review of who got the last taken. No, it wasn't either of us. It was some fucking random necro hand resing. Yeah, so Lesser Well of Blood is when you hand res someone and you're running blood magic, you drop a Well of Blood on them. No, it does. It ticks underneath you while you're hand resing. I believe so. I can double check. Did I get him? Just check your combat log. Don't be a baby. It's really important that we know who got the last res tick on you. Supports don't have a lot of meter chasing they can do. This is all the action we might get tonight. That's fine. I already know I'm a trash player. I'm not really concerned about it. Yak? No, I am not watching the team chat meltdown about Arc DPS. But I did see who was participating in it, and I'm not surprised. I think I've read team chat twice in like the last 40 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. I'll put a space in team chat. That's a good point. Yep, I spaced it. Quick janitorial services on team chat. I'm gonna have to grab supply and then immediately try and spend it. Holding supply is a liability. We gotta build the first piece of siege that we see so that we don't get yelled at for not building. You can never get yelled at if you don't have supply. Also, I gotta salvage these after we're done with raid tonight. That's a bunch of encrypted matrices just sitting there. Doing nothing. Not making me money. Shout out Hellmaster. It's been busy over here. Quest slash shout out Hellmaster. Bespoke shoutouts. That's how you know that I mean it. I don't have some bot command doing it. I type that shit out letter by letter. You weren't. I was commanding last reset because you got your AMs and your PMs mixed up. You didn't even like come and say hi. You just got straight home and just ignored us. It's messed up. It was fine, by the way, though. Like, you didn't ask how reset went, but it was good. I think. I actually don't remember either. I think we did okay on reset. I don't know. I'll have to watch the VOD. I do remember it was a shorter night. Yeah. Yeah, we've been closer to a 2-hour guild than a 3-hour guild lately. Mm-hmm. Bro, Jays. That's just gonna be botted taking their tower back. That's fine. They can have a quick morale break. They'll come back stronger. We'll get some more fights in. Would it be too difficult to change lords into some PvE bosses for holiday events? No clue. I am an ANET partner. I have absolutely no idea what their code base looks like, though. So anything that's like, how easy or how hard would this be to implement? I'm basically just going off of like, has it ever been implemented before? And outside of that, no clue. There's a part of me that's like, you know, I know Python, and if a PvE boss is like a callable function, then sure, you can just replace like a keep lord with another callable function or some object that's like another NPC, and then obviously like how bad could it be? But I'm sure it's more complicated than that. Damn, boy rodeo in team chat has a 6-figure income. You guys were right, it's popping off in there tonight. Boy rodeo, which is also a great name. Boy rodeo. What a name, man. Because Lupicus and Dry Top Giants? Lupicus is probably harder than like 90% of raid bosses. That's a good Kyoshi question. If I end the stream before Kyoshi, I will raid him and we'll ask him what he thinks of that. Lupicus fucking sucks, man. I've killed him one time. And I think I did it in a pug group, but I have absolutely no interest in ever doing it again. And in fact, I think Aura is like one of 2 dungeons that I haven't finished all the paths on. Specifically because I did the Lupicus path, and I was like, this shit sucks. I'm not doing any of these other paths. They're all gonna be that bad? I'm out. Loopy does suck, but if you could raid him with an alliance, counterpoint. But if he scaled, though, scaled Lupicus seems like a complete nightmare. Scaloopy is interesting sounding? No, it's not. It's scary sounding. No, I wanted that RAM. And I still have 10 supply. You imagine I build another RAM just so I can spend my 10? But no, I have to save it. Let's bother taking this tower back. And then we will meet them at Gary, I assume? Oh, they're fighting right there. Those OJs are way off Lord. Alright, so Grim is trying to defend that. OJs are cleared. The question is, do OJs reappear on Lord? Because if they do, then green won. But if they don't, then red won. Oh, actually, it's only been held for 40 seconds. I think green might have tried to defend that, but was slow. Yeah, I think they might have just been really slow to respond to it. Which is going to be unfortunate for them, because now they got to come defend their Gary, too. No, my supply. But what if? No, he's so far away. I was thinking, like, can I just go stand in the cow and then be like, oh, I have no supply, I don't know what happened. 1, 0. Just don't refund me? Fuck. Fuck. Blasting. Who is down? Reviving? Good banner. Banner right there. Build another one. Alright, so let's see how Bowder decides to play this time. For my money, wait until we're on the gate and then push out, because that's the point that we're probably going to be distracted. No, he thought of it. He's going all the way to... He's going direct to portal. He already thought of that potential problem. Stack firefields here. Couple ACs on us, and these are going to be difficult for us to kill and return, but we can. Disabler proof corner? Yeah, but they could hit it with a disabler now. The golems aren't the problem, though. They need to have a way to kill us. Disabling the golem is just going to give them more time to stall, but they were already up in this corner of the map. People are getting real low in this. That's, yeah, I was going to say it's a good time to push out. Because there's a bunch of people getting low in squad. That's a couple people dead in the tail. The problem is they need to survive now. The next 5 seconds are really important for them. And I don't think they've been able to. For my money, and I don't really want to try and tell other commanders how they should fight, because it's their squad and not mine, but if it were me, I feel like I'd push out, and I'd push all the way out and come to, like, here. This terrain would be really favorable for them, because if they can, like, push out, spike here, convert a couple downs, and then pull down to this corner, they've got pull advantage here, and then they could try and work their way up the staircase if they wanted, or they could just circle all the way around to come back into the objective. I think that would have given them slightly better positioning, but I'm not sure if they think that would have been the best idea, and I might not even know if it's the best idea for them to do in that spot necessarily. Yeah, they lost a bunch. I think they tried to grind on our stack when we still had way too many cooldowns up, and they just couldn't sustain it. Got Boyd up. Let's see if I can also get cats. This is looking extremely unlikely, but I'll give it a shot. Stab myself here so I don't get pulled off by some random person underneath me that I don't see. No, just barely missed it. Kill these trebs. Kill all these trebs. This is why we were taking so much damage on gate. They're using Siege Bell. That's a good push on our tail not paying attention as well. But now they need to be able to get out of the way without losing a bunch of their own players, and it does not look like that's going to happen. We have a bunch of people just dying up here for no... What is... Like, why are people dying up here? I don't know why we have our players up on that second floor, but, like, if they die up there, they're kinda asking for it. Also, let's kill this third tread. Yeah, there we go. Alright. We are at a disadvantage here in this Lord's Room. There is a ton of damage that you can focus on this Lord. And if they want to build ACs, like, up here, third floor, supply hut, etc., it's going to be rough for them. This spot is going to be rough for them. Yeah. That's unfortunate. This is also unfortunate. I don't know that I would have repaired that gate specifically. I think I'd rather have the ability to move in and out of that spot. But that might have been Greens repairing that and not them. And red also being here is really going to complicate things too. So now we just want to make sure we're clearing a couple ACs, tidy this objective up a bit. There's probably going to be some on third floor, but you can hit them with guardian symbols through the floor of Lord's Room. Like, I can just do this, and it applies damage to anything that's on top of the floor, so we don't have to worry too much about clearing those. We've got ways to kill that from Lord's Room without going up to third floor. It's not as great of a spot to build ACs as people think. Like, this spot over on the bridge is a lot better. Up on these ramps is a lot better, because you actually have to pull off of Lord's Room to go and deal with them. What do they want to do here? They're just going to go back up? Okay. This is a good counterbound spot opportunity for them if they want it. We're getting really strung out here, but I think at this point they have to drop out. Yeah, they just have to drop, but they're going to get trained over. I don't think they're big enough to sustain that. They're going to come around that corner and try to spike again? No, they're just kiting. Yeah, but we're too big. Like, they're trying to string us out. The problem is that they need to be hitting back here, and well, they have a couple Havoc players back there. I don't think they have enough people back there to really get something done about it, though. But, like, if you're a Cloud player or a solo player, that's a really good opportunity for you to pick off a bunch of randoms while bot is trying to drag us out. Like, again, I think a lot of the decisions that bot is making in the fights we've had with them tonight have been really good. They're just not good enough to quite get there against the group that we have. Should have been stockpiling from camps and brought in 20 golems at the E waypoint. Yeah, that might have worked. That's going to be hot, so we're going to stop here and just claim people who were pushed. Then we'll stab up again, even though we had some, just because I want the extra as we come through this choke in case other people in my party got stripped. They're going to... Ooh, that's hot. I gotta get out of there. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna empower here just for the heals. I feel like I'm taking a ton of damage. They have also failed to sustain that. I don't trust that portal at all. This is going to be good for them to pick off all these random greens. I see Bada coming in through that northwest gate right now. Well, big step here, I guess. That's a lot of people getting caught because they didn't know we were there. They're probably going to want to just drop off and get those 5 players back. Every player that they have on or near them is going to matter for this fight. I don't think they can really afford to push us for like down 5 or down 10. Nobody cares about that. Yeah, there's the ACs going up. Nobody cares about that. You mean the dragon banner? It doesn't feel like their dragon banner's doing anything. I don't know if it's because the person who picked up the banner is like running minstrel or something, because dragon banner does scale off of your attributes, or if they're just not finding good opportunities to drop it, but it hasn't felt like we've had to play around their dragon banner at this point. They're going to come around this fighting, so I'm going to drop a sank there. This is going to ruin their day. Yeah, you saw like 3-4 interrupts go off there. That's a dirty place to put a sank. I don't feel good about doing that. Oh, to use the 20 golems with an EUA point fight to break the circuits. Yeah. 20 golems is a ton of supply and gold to invest, though. And I do think at this point, they might just need to get, like, more people. It feels like they're getting smaller every time we fight. Yeah, losing around means losing numbers. Winning fights means winning numbers. It cascades a bit. Like, yeah, from a morale perspective. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I can use it here. On power for my DPS friends. I think like Berserker Longbow 3 also hits there, but this is enormous question marks for me on like multiple levels. A is like, how did you get up there? And then B is like, why are you an Harbinger? Not my party, not my problem though. That's a nice part of Firebrand. I've only got 5 people who I care about in this squad. I still don't trust that portal. It's a lot of red +3s outside. Oh, they're fighting outside and they're gonna come in this portal. So any of their stragglers are gonna come back in. I mean, they shouldn't, but they probably will. Yeah, they're gonna pull off all the way because they're gonna see the ring is up now. Let's go see what's going on out here. Couple rams. Couple reds. What do these skills do? I have no idea how underwater skills work on Firebrand. He's going up. I have stab, so that's fine. This is a really good opportunity for them to push. They're getting close. That's a couple downs. That's really nasty. They should not be pushing it even further right now, though. Like, they needed to regroup at that spot, rather than try and get even further into us. Yeah, they got a little too greedy there. They got a really nice initial hit off, though. Like, he capitalized super well, and I was trying to get up onto land. He just got a little too greedy with it. Use F2 for speed. Oh, underwater. Use F2 for speed. Sure. Wait, your tome skills don't change underwater, do they? No, these are the same. It's F2 for speed. Best bet is Firebrand underwater. Give the group speed with the heal 10. Swiftness. Oh, chapter 4. Okay. Gotcha. F2, chapter 4. Noted. Yeah, 3 also, but 3 is like field targeted. I just hit 4 and hit people around me. I feel like there's a Firebrand movement skill underwater, but it's not on Spear. It's on the other one. Harpoon or Trident or whatever the other one that you can use is, and I just don't have it on. Just use F2 and then 3, 4? Alright, I will trust you. But with any other pages I have left, I might also use, like, Justice 4 to tag. I still haven't fully wrapped my brain around the fact that giving other people boons means that I give credit. Or I get kill credit. I still feel like I have to mash J4 in order to get all of my potential tags. I can buy it, I'm fine. Yeah, DHF2 is the good lead. That explains why you have a high kill count? Yeah, dude. My favorite graph in the world. If you see Pancake, ask Pancake for his Guild Wars 2 efficiency kill count graph. Because he is basically exclusively a support main. And the day that those changes rolled out, you can see the inflection point on his kill graph in Guild Wars 2 efficiency. He has a line that like steadily goes up over time because he plays every day. And then the day that patch went out, when you got kill credit for giving boons to allies, his line like bends and goes up twice as fast. It's such a cool graph. What is this? Oh no. Oh, these two red groups did not get the message. He's turning, but he's so far down on numbers now. It's an ambitious veil, but I do not think you have enough left after Sky got abandoned. Always credit for pushing, always credit for veiling, but that one's not on you guys. That's on Sky for not knowing that we were right around the corner. Can't take damage in stealth. Unfortunately, Boyd, you can definitely take damage in stealth. You still have to dodge. What a world that would be, though. If being in stealth gave you iframes. I can't imagine any problems with that in terms of like how annoying Thief is in small scale. That seems like it'd be perfectly balanced. Alright, let's see if they can work better together this time. Should give them a better opportunity. What team did we end up on? Cornerstone is on Yolan Haven. And a pretty significant number of people got moved, it seems like. I haven't checked explicitly, but we've got 30 people here split between all of the Alliance guilds. So it's not as big as we would normally be on reset. We're usually closer to 40. but it looks like a decent number of people who put in tickets did get moved. Including, weirdly, me, and I didn't put a ticket in. So I think I might have actually just gotten the 1 in 12 random draw onto Yolan Haven, and it happened to work out. Because my assumption was like, I'm partner, I can just transfer to wherever they wind up. I'm not gonna waste support's time even more when they're dealing with, ooh, they pushed out. When they're dealing with, like, that's such a bad stab overlap. That's not a great start. When they're already dealing with, like, 300 to 400 support tickets from everybody in Cornerstone who wants to get moved, I was like, I'll just skip reset. I'll be a solo player for one night, and then I'll transfer over to you guys, but, like, I don't have to take up people's time. I can work around it. And then I wound up on Yolan anyway, which is convenient. That's a really good first spike from them. Like, I almost got caught. And a couple people, I think, actually did get caught. It may have only been Void. Great pull attempt. I don't think you actually got him out the portal, though. Why not become ArenaNet staff? Because I think that I would get paid better doing most anything else, unfortunately. I don't think that ANET has a lot of positions open that would pay as well as I would be able to manage just consulting. Also, I'm pretty sure if I was ANET staff, I would probably have to stop doing as much content creation as I do, and I actually like content creation a lot. I don't think I'm prepared to give that up. I think there's some places where Roy has talked about that. Like, Roy was a pretty prominent streamer before he got hired by ArenaNet and basically had to stop. And he said that's one of the things that he misses, and I think I would also miss it. So I'm obviously not going to say, like, never, but it's not something that I would explicitly seek out. I think it would have more drawbacks than advantages for me getting to enjoy playing the game with my friends and streaming and making videos about it. Sniffa. They are right around that corner. They're coming around the corner. I'm going to give stab now because I don't want people to get pulled. Tyrion's way far ahead. But it looks like he's mostly managed that okay. I have 13 stacks of stab. I really want to drop a resistance shield, but I don't need the stab. Now I can drop the stab because I'm down to 2 stacks. And then we'll still kind of get some use out of this resistance field, but going into Courage 3 and wasting an Indom charge when you have like 11 stacks of stab on you really does not seem like a smart choice. Wish I had time to watch the movie Your Highness with Roy and some other World vs. World gamer buddies. I think you'd all love it together. I've never... That's not true. I played with Roy one time. I was playing with SF one night, Strike Force, and he hopped in squad because I guess he was just like around. And that is the only time I've ever played with Roy in Guild Wars 2. I've played with Senna a bunch, with Cecil, because he'll usually like lurk on stream and hop in if content looks interesting. But I actually interact with Roy really, really rarely. Yeah, our Yolan Haven is kind of a fricked up team. And then there's another one that also looks really bad in NA right now. I forget which one it is. I think GTA RP versus Guild Wars 3 will be the next hype train. Are you counting after PoE 2? Because PoE 2 is definitely the current hype train. You're on Domain of Torment? Yeah, we get to fight this week. You will be battling us. It'll be a good time. I think activity is probably going to be a little low because of holiday break. Plus, there's going to be a ton of people who just like didn't put tickets in for whatever reason because they were busy. So we're probably going to be like a little lower number than usual, but we'll make some stuff happen. Tombs of Draskir is also stacked. That's not the one I was thinking of. It's one that was further down the list. Let me go look. I'm curious. GTA RP is very hype train. It is. I mean, honestly, GTA RP is kind of approaching like SourceForge or like Minecraft levels, where it's like it's just gonna have a lifespan forever. GTA RP is just going to exist until the end of time, I think. It's always going to be a thing that people are talking about or doing, because like it's an activity that like transcends just being a game. All right, I am looking at team directory. What was the other stack team? It was Tombs of Draskir. You're right. Yeah, Tombs of Draskir was the other stack team that I was looking at. Yolan Haven and Tombs of Draskir look real rough. Donk. They're going to lose a ton of people pulling off on this. And it's going to be an interesting turn. This seems like a fine time for Indom. This seems like a fine time for Courage 4. Seems like a fine time to just roll Aegis. Seems like a nice time to empower right before he pushes up again. Then he's going to push back up, and we've got a bunch of fresh endurance to do it with off of staff form. Gyarados will mimic it in the next version. We'll see. I don't think there's any detail. I don't think any details about Guild Wars 3 exist right now, and I'm not even talking like publicly. I think Guild Wars 3 exists as a thing that like might get made soon. Also, what's up, Ari? Hello, welcome. Let me be a good member of the community. Yeah, who are you running Reset with tonight? Who'd you get sweaty with? I'm still waiting for the Hasbroverse MMO at their in-game actual games. I played a lot of Magic the Gathering before COVID hit. And I don't play anymore, but I have been watching like their dev cycles with Magic the Gathering and the way that they're structuring things. It definitely feels like they want their Hasbro properties to be a multiverse in the way that like Fortnite and DC and Marvel have kind of like tried to turn their IPs into. And I personally do not like it, and it does not make me want to play more Magic, but I respect it. It's fine. Like, if that's the way you want to take the property and people like it, then go for it. It's just not for me. Commander's amazing. Commander's good, but I need friends for Commander, basically. Like, I actually enjoy over-the-table Magic rather than digital Magic. I played Magic Arena for a while, and like it was fine, but the most fun I had playing Magic was Draft Friday Night Magic. So I would show up and do a couple drafts. I would come in like second, third, whatever, get a little bit of store credit, roll it into the next draft, take home like one chase rare, put it in my binder. And that was good Magic for me. It's just so hard keeping up with all the new sets now. It's just way too much. Also, what's up, Kevin? Thanks for the follow. Why does he look like that? He was born with it. But alternatively, it could be Maybelline. Ruthless Grim is asking if you want to do RVRs. I told him that he should ask you, and then he said that no, I should ask you, so now I'm asking you. I have said I asked him. He said we left. Okay, good talk. Productive. Commander's the true value of the one cards you own. Commander and Cube. Like, I could see myself getting into Cube more, but The biggest issue is that I don't have 4 to 6 good friends who are local who I would be interested in playing tabletop Magic with. That's the biggest thing. Is that, like, I swear, I promised you, I cross my heart, I am not a social person, and I do not, like, crave social interaction at all hours of the day, despite the fact that I'm a streamer. I actually really like staying inside and not talking to people, but a lot of the enjoyment that I derive from Magic was the social elements. And I don't know, I just don't feel like playing it if I don't have a local community to do it in. I'm not saying no to it. I still have all my cards. I still have like 3 commander decks that I like. I just don't have anyone to use them in the current permutation of my life arrangement. Grim has not responded to my GFs, but I hope he knows that I mean them sincerely. Is Shamebox distance to tag? Yeah, Shamebox is distance to tag. I took inspiration from, I think it's Eru, who does the creative names for all of his Arc DPS meters. Let me go find his YouTube, because Eru is actually a great, great content creator. His name these days is Eru Eldipus, maybe? Guild Wars 2? Eru Elpidus. If you guys don't follow Eru, you should follow Eru. He makes great videos. In the last video that he did, is Off Meta Mondays, you can see all of the different names that he has for all of his Arc DPS meters. His Trips meter is called Wells Off Cooldown. His Cleanses is called Ignore Tail Count. His DPS meter is called Self-Worth. Like, he's got great naming ideas for a lot of those. So I took a little bit of inspiration from him, and I renamed my distance to tag to Shamebox, but the rest of it, I think I would rather go for, like, viewer literacy. What's with the 2 monitors behind me? That's my wife's desk, but her computer's hard drive died last week, so she is currently not using it. That will be her Christmas present. Don't tell. Gotta order all of her stuff before prices go crazy with tariffs and offshore chip manufacturing and all that stuff. Yeah, she used to play with me. She never played literally Guild Wars 2 with me as much as I've tried to get her into it. But there would be a lot of times that she was just, like, around, hanging out. I just felt like the Voltron method would work out for Alliance system. Yeah, I could see that. I'm trying not to be too insufferable about the Doctor title, but you don't know how tempting it is to enforce the title being used anytime my name is mentioned. I didn't spend 8 years of my life working on this to be called Mr. Chef or Content Creator Chef or, like, what a cool guy Chef is without putting Doctor in front, but I'm resisting the demon inside of me to ask people to do that. Oh no. What makes you think I'm not watching the stream right? She's not watching the stream right now. I think she's still at a basketball game. She got some tickets to a basketball game through work, and she was like, "Do you want to come with?" And I was like, "Ooh, I can't. I gotta stream." Unlucky. Start with a Doctor character too, and then change the rest when I get the feel of it. I could. I don't know. It's like it's a weird spot to be in because, like, it's not a doctor. It's a PhD. It's not like a medical doctor or anything like that. And also, I'm not going into academia, so it has diminished value. It's really more that a PhD unlocks conversations with people that otherwise you wouldn't be able to access. Like, the NSF will generally not really give you the time of day unless you have a PhD because they're an institution grounded in academia. But I'm not going to be like a professor or anything. Interesting net turret placement. Your parents say congratulations. I like your parents. Sorry, I'm too busy talking to Lithy in Twitch chat instead of you, which is why I had to type it. Lithy, Ruthless requests that you join TS, even though you're probably eating right now. I may have outed you, I'm sorry. Your presence is being requested in comms. Who's this third tag now? Oh, it's just Brawlda. Okay, he's showing tag for the first time all night. Yeah, but you do... Yeah. It's a nice thing to have available for when you do need to, like, pull rank to get a conversation that you wouldn't be able to converse otherwise, but I've got no interest in being that insufferable person who's like, I slaved and worked my ass off to get a doctor and you will use, like, the appropriate title. It's like, it's just a piece of paper that means I know more about a very, very, very specific topic than anybody else on the planet. It doesn't mean that I know anything about anything else. Although I think I know, like, some things about some other things. Like computers? Yeah, like, I can't tell you how computer hardware works. That shit is magic. PhD in education, but you ask me how the internet works, and I'm like, oh, you send it through, like, a cord? What's up, Padinsky? How you doing? Did you finish the new Astroneer DLC? How was that? You're network engineering, that sounds about right. I'm convinced that nobody actually knows how the internet works. That the internet actually manifested as a technology in, like, the mid 1990s, and nobody knows where it came from, and everybody's too afraid to ask. You don't have a PhD, but you're a teacher at a local uni, so people assume you have one and just call you doctor. Yeah, I'm also like, I I disavow that portion of academia pretty significantly. Like, there's a lot of unhealthy practices that academia engages in as a field that I do not avow or abide by, which is part of why I'm not going into academia. You were army, you got good at translating smart to easy peasy for folks that need the info. So you're gonna set me off on another tangent. Which is like this, I was talking to Amanda about this yesterday when we went out for a walk, is like when I don't think I wrote a particularly good dissertation. But the thing about dissertations is that a good dissertation is one that passed you. And mine passed me. So it's a good dissertation. But I've always really liked presenting, and I've always really liked getting to talk about my work. And one of the things that people tell me a lot about my presenting is that I have a good ability to take things that are complicated and make them easier to understand. Which, again, like, if you were here right at the start of the stream, Nightfear and I were talking about how, like, mentorship and teaching is rewarded and fulfilling, but it's not something that academia... Wow, that's a great push. It's not something that academia really rewards at a structural level. It rewards you publishing papers, not you being a good mentor and teacher to other students. And the other thing that academia really doesn't do a good job of rewarding is being able to explain complicated things in a clear way. I'm not saying that this is true for all academic papers, but a lot of academic papers are written for academics and not for people who may have practical use for the information contained in a paper. But the vast majority of academic literature is written for academics and is written for endpoint users like stakeholders, teachers, administrators, etc., that might like actually use the contributions that academia is designed to create. Like the rewards function for academia is just all fucked up. So I think a lot of why I've soured on academia is that all the things that I like about doing in academia aren't actually rewarded in academia. I like mentorship, I like teaching, I like explaining things in ways that enable people to understand them, and I do not like academic writing. And unfortunately, that's like your main metric for whether you succeed in educational contexts or not. So I don't know. That's my 10-minute explanation for why I'm not going to force people to call me a doctor. I hope it has been useful to you in some capacity. Sports fields are one of the only areas that actually recognizes being a good mentor. That and trades, I think. Like, granted, I don't have any experience with the trades, but I have to feel like if you're running, like, you know, a plumbing business and you're a good mentor and teacher for, like, how do you become a better plumber, that you probably develop a reputation as part of that favors your business model. But I don't know. There's only a very small corner of the world that I've experienced in like a professional sense. So I certainly don't have experience in it, and I think it's just kind of hard to know more than like one or two very specific niche fields, because that's all ever people really experience for the most part. Early 1960s Joseph Carl Robnet Licklider? There's no way that's a real name. Tormentors. That can't be true. Nobody would actually be named a Licklider. Emblem of the Conqueror achieved. I think content might be dead on this map. We'll see how many more times Bada wants to fight. We'll see if we want to try and flip to Red BL. But Grim is definitely gone. He's on EBG. And I don't know how many more times Bada wants to throw themselves against us. It feels like they might be bleeding too many people at this point. Literally, as I'm thinking it, Ruthless is like, go Red BL. I think that is correct, and I wish I hadn't attacked that tribe. I'm in, though. This team hates Red BL, apparently. PogChamp. No OJs. PauseChamp. No white swords. PauseChamp. Well, one white sword. Let's see who that flips to. Let's keep an eye on it. Joseph Carl Robnet Licklider, known simply as JCR or Lick. You can't tell me that people shortened his name to Lick. That is messed up. The 60s were a different time, man. Right, Tyrion's tagging down. This flipped to LLVG and Fear E, but Fear E has the higher claim priority, so LLVG is not that big. Good trebs. Good treb placement. This is iron. I know, why do I know iron? Why does this group sound familiar? Give me a second stab here, just because we're going to grind here for a while. And then give me a sank, because he's calling Nightfall, so they're going to be low on stab. Sanctuary should punt a couple people around. I only have a small stab for him here, but that'll be fine. We're just going to buy a little bit of time for Stand Your Ground to be up, and then when he pushes to Heart, we'll drop Stand Your Ground, we'll drop a line here, I'll hand res. This is a really tanky group. I don't know who it is, but they're very tanky. Like, Iron is still basically alive. Hallowed on you, Hallowed here. I'm about to be out of stab, too, although that's like 4 people did. Yeah, that is a tanky group. Bonk. Who is Bottom's commander? Daenerys is offline. I will DM them later. They must have had somebody else driving. Actually, did that happen recently? Maybe Daenerys was tagged and they actually just logged off. It does not look like it. Yeah, I'll follow up with them offline. They did great tonight. We just did better. And the unfortunate thing about a competitive game mode is that only one person can win. Hello? Because Herrick told me to play Firebrand. Yeah. That is maybe a little early instead, but they're gonna go in, but they can push right back out. It should be very easy. WL, Badinsky? You spy? Yep, there's the push out. Give me a Hallowed here. Give me a Sank here. They've got good downs. They've got really good downs there. I need to open Tome 2 for the first time tonight. Give me Endom. Give me 451. Yeah, they're gonna win. That's a 1 fight. Oopa. Spike here when they drop down. There's 1 down. Convert this. Convert you. I don't think they're gonna drop. I think they may have also lost too many people. No, they're dropping. That's KOing right there. He picked a really nice spot to drop too. He just kind of sidestepped where our group was. But he's also lost a lot of people, and he gave us the opportunity to get cooldowns back. So it's gonna be really close, but yeah, we just lost a little too many. That was a very close fight. You better be careful. Now, is Padinsky still here? He is. He's spying. So earlier, Mega, when we were talking about how people like spy on comms and spy on rosters and like snipe people on Twitch for the sake of content, this guy right here, this gentleman, he's in that red squad right now. He's gonna try and deny it. But he's only here to get one up on me and my friends. I'm kidding. Padinsky's great. So I should shout you out too. They watch Twitch? No, Padinsky's a streamer himself. You should check him out. He also does a lot of fun stuff. He plays with WL. I don't know if he's playing with WL literally tonight, but WL is his guild. So that was his guild that we just fought against. And then he also does a bunch of variety stuff too. He did some Satisfactory recently. He did some Astroneer recently. I think he's made a couple like Skyrim mod packs or something like that. So he does a bit of variety streaming here and there. It's a good time. Why not do shared or co-op streaming? Because I'm not a very good Twitch streamer. I'm trying to branch out and do more co-op stuff via YouTube. And especially now that I've got a little more free time, I would love to get to a point where I'm doing like a co-op shared podcast about once a month with like other community members where we talk about different world versus world topics. But as far as streaming is concerned, I've always just kind of looked at streaming as I'm going to be playing anyway. I might as well broadcast it, and if people want to watch and chat, then they can, but I'm not very good at doing like more structured streams than that. It's usually just a me thing. Like, if somebody else wanted to organize it and was like, hey, be here at this time and we'll do this, I would 100% do that. But, like, organization-wise, that's never been my strong suit. I've never been the kind of guy to try and coordinate that. Here he is. This is Grave Podinsky right here. Officer this man. It's not. Actually, am I friends with you in game? No, I'm not. That could have been you. Yeah, I mean, I don't... KON would not snipe. I do not expect KON to be the kind of guy who's spying on a Twitch chat to figure out what an enemy group is doing. So I'm not worried about it. Even if you guys did, like, there's a 3-second delay on the channel. There's the push out. We give stab on this corner because they're going to go for pulls. No, they're just going to come around this corner. Holy cow. They split a ton of people there really badly. Like, you see all this and then this. That's bad. And the way we're pulling back around this corner to confirm downs is what Bada and Grim should have been doing in some of the fights we had on Green BL. Where they just needed to find a place to get safe, confirm the downs they got, but get out of the way. Instead of trying to overpush even further. Again, a large asterisk. IMO. I don't know what's going on in other people's squads. But that's certainly how it felt to me. Chef, how do you know that kind of stuff? Do you have any kind of, like, resources on how we can figure out those kind of split-second positioning, decision-making points that commanders experience on a fight-to-fight basis? Is there any kind of resource available for where people can learn this power? In fact, there is. You're the super pink char NG with big wings? Alright. It's on site. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna drop symbols on you. You're gonna feel the burn of a minstrel class with a lot of aggression to work out. Or, depending on how many pages I have, you may just literally feel the burn. But 5 page, I don't have a lot of pages to spare on memeing on people with justice. Stab here, they're going for pulls around that staircase. I should be fine here, but I'd really like to roll Aegis right now. My party is evaporating. Never mind, they're fine. My healer woke up. We're breaching here, so that's going to be a great spot for Sanctuary. It's going to collect interrupts, piss people in instead. And then they're going to try and push across this bridge, but wherever Ruthless stops, I'm just going to drop a high load, and then we'll do some nice pulse instead. Doing that roads, won't have to worry about it. I don't know, Iron sounds familiar, but I don't remember them. I don't remember Azier either, but like they're doing well. So whoever it is, it's a good group. Night Fury, I think you got stripped. When Ruthless was calling Firefields, I hit Standard Ground because I saw them trying to GS5 up the stairs. So, if anything, I might have actually hit it a little early, but... Okay. Yeah, I saw the GS5s going out, and I was like, I'm just gonna throw a big stab at this. You gotta get a GP tag so you can spot me easier. Or, alternatively, you gotta make your own fake chef tag. I would love for more fake chef tags to exist in the world. Nothing brings me more joy than somebody sending me a Discord DM and being like, hey, I fought you last night. I had a really nice time, and I've been playing Factorio for like the last 5 hours and haven't logged on to Guild Wars 2 all day. I love it, man. Oop, oop, oop. Oh, he's gonna get away. Have I seen Fastcar? I've seen Fastcar. I haven't seen him like literally tonight, but I enjoy a bit of good Fastcar every now and again. Why trying to get rid of Minstrel sets? Minstrel is too strong for what it does, which is why I think it needs to be nerfed. Like, if you're a support player, you really don't need to think about any stat other than Minstrel. If you're a DPS player, you get to think about Berserkers, you get to think about Assassins, you get to think about Marauders, you get to think about Demolishers now. I think those are like your big four, but like you have interesting decisions to make about how you want to stat when you are a power DPS player. When you're a support player, Minstrel is the best. There is no reason to ever pick anything that's not Minstrel. And because it makes your gearing process less interesting when you're a support player, it is something that should probably get iterated on from a design perspective so that you have to think more about your attributes when you're support instead of just picking the one thing that's really, really good and then not worrying about it. They're coming out. Did we actually get split before relinks, or did it get fixed? People, so we got split for sure, at least according to my API. We put support tickets in starting yesterday. We got confirmation from a couple people's support tickets that ANET was going to move people after reset this afternoon. And when we queued up for maps tonight, we were all on the same team. So whatever fix they implemented had Cornerstone sorted onto Yolon on reset. As far as I know. Like, I haven't looked at Discord since I started streaming, and I started streaming like an hour before reset. It's possible that there's a bunch of people in Cornerstone who didn't get sorted correctly, but I don't know who they are, and we've got 30 people in the squad who are on the same team currently, so at least some people got moved. You have Magi and Clerics mixed, but why? What do you get out of mixing Magi and Clerics that's better than Minstrel? Oh, Super Ranger? Okay, fair. Like, again, I can put on the if I was ANET hat. If I was ANET, I would remove concentration as a stat from all gear prefixes in World versus World. The same way that concentration got removed from Celestial, remove concentration as a possible attribute from every single statting in the game for World versus World. Then keep your runes exactly the same, keep your sigils exactly the same, so that if you want boon duration, you can stat for it via those avenues. Also get stand your grounded on. You think I'm not going to see that focus 4? Get boon balled. But keep all of the boon duration stuff on things like foods, on things like oils, on things like runes and sigils, and then you get to make interesting stat choices with your actual prefixes. Because if you want boon duration, it doesn't have anything to do with your attributes. So if you want to be a hybrid support slash power DPS player, you can use something like Marauder. If you want to be a hybrid Condi slash support player, you can use something like Vipers. If you want to be a hybrid tanky support profession because you need that little bit of extra health to help you live through a spike, you can play like Trailblazers or Soldiers if you want to go like super deep on it. But having concentration as a stat line when boon duration is the absolute most important thing that most support professions in World versus World need removes a lot of decision making about what kind of stats you can run. And if you either just got rid of it completely, like took it off of absolutely everything, that's fine. But also if you just moved it to a rune and sigil choice and left it off of gear, that would also promote more interesting decision making about what it is you want a specific type of support build to do. That's my immediate thoughts on it. Damn, we are raking in boxes today. Did I hear this killed Magswag? I did not hear that this killed Magswag. What happened to Magswag? Did they also have issues getting people on the same team? Like, again, I'm a bit behind on news. I do have 7 DMs right now. Oh, the yak change. I don't know. I don't think Magswag ever really cared about yaks. I think Magswag just likes fighting around EBG. I think the yak change sucks for, like, groups that spend a lot of time defending. Like, Nice, I think, is that Players Guild? Like, it's probably pretty rough for Nice. It's probably pretty rough for Boot. It's probably pretty rough for, like, BDF. I think those are groups that spend a lot of time defending objectives and probably care about defense upgrades and care about supply and stuff like that, but I don't think Magswag would care about that. I don't think they're running Yaks. I think they're just camping in SMC and killing people with player skills, rather than worrying about walls upgrading. You have Speedy Axe on for SMC speeding, and then Magswag can't do much. Well, that's a mistake, because Speedy Axe are mathematically worse than Pack Doliacs right now, in terms of upgrading structures. Because Pack Yaks is basically running Yaks twice as often, and Speedy Yaks is just making the respawn time very, very slightly smaller. They should retire it. Like, Speedy X is a useless tactic right now. Nobody should ever slot Speedy X anywhere. It does not do... It is not as good as other options. And it's not even like, in this case or in that case, or like sometimes it's okay set of criteria. Speedy X is always worse than Pact. 100% of the time, Speedy is worse than Pact. There's a small group across this wall. Wonder who that is. Stab. They're already pulling off to the other side, yeah. Why would a char car cost 10 supply when it comes out? No clue. I don't know that ANET remembers that char cars exist right now. I sentries 10 because you could just put down infinite sentries and they would target cap abilities. So you have to add a cost to that. I don't know if you saw the same videos that I did when that patch came out on Tuesday, but you would watch 2 open field guilds literally do nothing but spam pulsing fields and sentry turrets, and then neither squad would take damage. Because the sentry turrets would suck all the hits. So you obviously can't have those be free cost. But as far as char car, I don't know. So here's green coming out behind us. Oh, that's a great drop for You're going to kill so many people there. Yep. Wow, 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 wow. Great opportunity for them. I'm panicking. I'm just throwing skills for no reason. We gotta rein it back in. This is such a fucked up jump. Punked him. Good stab. Good stab check. Good stab check. But now we need to be really careful of green, because now we're about to get run over by green. Yeah, we need to get out of this spot. That's so many... Hey, honestly, we lost that fight more than WL won it, because we had like 10 people just standing against the wall not paying attention. But still, that's a really good opportunity for them to capitalize. Good push, Padinsky. Well done. KO did good. Those are the kind of mistakes that you really want to make sure you punish when you see a group making them. That 10 char cards at once is a biker gang guild mission. I mean, I was thinking it would be sick if they upgraded char cards to let you, as a player, carry supply to different objectives. And, like, work on upgrading it. So, like, you slot char car, and then you can get in the char car, and then you can, like, drive routes like a yak can. But you can pick any objective on the map, rather than just objectives that, like, you can make it to from the camp. So, like, if you really want to upgrade Bay, you can slot char car in North Camp, and then you can have the camps to the north and south of Bay both feeding into Bay. Plus, you can have a player running a char car from North Camp to make it upgrade even faster. That would be like an interesting way to make the char car actually interactive and give players something to do with it. I always thought that would be a neat idea. Yeah, or like give it a spot for a second player to ride in the back, or like give rewards for escorting it or something. Like, there's a lot of interesting design space that you could use Charcar for. I don't know if they're going to use it or not, though. I could be getting swiftness here. So tempted to check what the hell all these Discord DMs are, but it's such a bad idea to do on stream. I think I can read the one from my brother at least. I saw that he was in there. I should probably respond to that with higher priority. Little late, congrats on your PhD. Okay, can I confess something to you, anonymous strangers on the internet? I'll respond to him when my commander stops moving. I forgot to invite my brother to my PhD defense. is the point. I was a little scattered, trying to figure out who's actually supposed to come and trying to get like invites together when I had like a week and a half to prep it because I was on an accelerated timeline for it. And I forgot to send him the invite because I'm a piece of shit brother. So he DM'd me and was like, "Hey, I'm a little late letting you know, but congrats on your PhD." And I was like, "No, no, no. Like, it's my fault. I didn't even remember to invite you. Like, I should be apologizing." How do you react? He said, "A little late, congrats on your PhD," which is in line for like his normal response, but I feel like a piece of shit for it. I'm going home for Christmas, so I'll be able to thank him when I get home in person and be like, "I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to. I was just in a difficult and busy spot, and it fell through the cracks." Holy cow, this is hot. This is not going to go well for us. We've got like 2-3 downs. He's got so much pressure right now. Yeah, he can just walk over us at this point. Classic WL 5-man meteor shower spot is going to town on us in this spot. It's so many condies. So many condies. Holy cow. Yeah, I'll get him something nice. He's a good brother. He's not in chat. Every once in a while he will pop in. If he was actually here, I was gonna call him out directly, but he is not watching tonight. He probably went to bed early. Friday night, he's gonna be tired from work. He probably has to watch a bunch of the kids this weekend. He's gonna be in bed. Give him some weed coffee for Christmas. He's not the worst idea. He is known to partake of the devil's lettuce from time to time. I'll probably just get him a nice six-pack, though. Like, I grew up in Wisconsin, and he still lives in Wisconsin, so our love language is alcohol in a lot of ways. Bonk. What is weed coffee? It's a real thing. Yeah, but what is it though? What is it? Is it like normal coffee that's infused with weed? Is it coffee that's made out of like weed beans? Does weed have beans? He needs help on Lord. It's like one guy. If you had a weapon swap button feature on the side of skill 0 in between the mouse button, you could have more build options. I don't remember who said it, but there was an idea that I read recently that was like, what if there was a relic? I've been revealed. It's only like 3 of us though, because I was way ahead of tag. Nah, that's just me. What if there was a relic, or there was some other kind of expansion feature that allowed you to use one weapon skill or profession utility from another profession? So like I'm on support Tempest, but I'm using like Relic of the Skill Borrower, and it lets me replace Rebound as my elite with Mantra of Liberation. So I've got like a stun break on my elite instead of a 90-second stab cooldown. I think that would open up a ton of build options. Although part of me thinks that you would probably just end up picking like the strongest utility skills overall, and it would become less interesting. Because like Mantra of Liberation is probably one of the 2 strongest elite skills in any profession in the game. So if you could pick any elite skill to use, you were playing World versus World, you would either pick Mantra of Liberation or you would pick Battle Standard. Like those are the 2 strongest utility skills for anything ever. I actually think that it would not add a ton of build diversity, unfortunately. Iron tag down? No, I was having fun with Iron. They were good fights. Void exploding because he's playing like full Glass Weaver. Lord glanced in his direction and he went into downstate. It's not even alright. This is an insane sentry turret placement. That's a great sentry turret. Whoever's using that sentry turret knows what they're doing. In charge of what? What person? what? Who? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I am not having a baby, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on... Oh, you knew that. That was like 2 years ago. Oh, that might be a second one then, because I thought they quit the first time because they had a kid. I don't know. Like, I DM'd Andy last week because over Thanksgiving I tried to DM people who used to play but don't play anymore just to see how they're doing. And they were on my list of people to DM, but I didn't hear back yet. So, actually, you're spoiling it for me, you dickhead. I cannot believe that you've done this. A guardian spirit's like necromancer you can mount up. Yeah, you could. I'm not going to claim that the two are related, but... Skip was 4 minutes RI, by the way. We're not going to be able to flip it. They're going to kill Peralta. Are they going to be fast enough to kill Peralta? Yes, they are. But will we be strong enough to punish all of these people over pushing? Oh, that's a great stealth. That's such a good stealth, but I think a lot of people got converted anyway. Yeah, and this is just going to be killing fields for them. This is all of their Ellies. They did good pushing Peralta. I don't think they knew that we were there, though. Or they had a ton of people who got very, very greedy when they shouldn't have. You don't need to be on top of Peralta to convert him there. This is still 3 minutes, alright, Commander. I know, you're right. You're right. It's Andy and Paladin. You remember Andy and Paladin from like way back? She's such an asshole. They were nice, you liked them. They both used their mics and they both talked. There's no way you don't remember who they are. A-N-D-E, Andy. Yes, man. You absolutely know who these people are. You have remembered every person in this guild who has ever used their mic. Oh, well, I don't know what Andy you're talking about then. Who are you talking about? I don't know anyone named Andy. Wasn't Andy the guy from Toy Story who made like the fucked up toys? No, Woody was the main toy. You can't pull that shit on me. Oh yeah, that was Sid. Okay, Sid and Andy are kind of different. Yeah, you got me on that one. I don't know why I thought that was Andy. Oh, Andy was the good kid. Okay, I knew I wasn't losing my mind completely. Okay, Andy was the good kid who wrote his name on Woody's feet. Andy is not the main character of Toy Story. Woody is the main character of Toy Story. No, he said main character. The movie is called Toy Story. It's not called, like, Child Story, Who Owns Toys. Oh, there's a group behind us. We gotta focus up. Hold on. Oh, man. I'm getting spiced, man. You're too busy arguing about Toy Story and comms. This is just their Ellie squad, though. Yeah, it's not called fucking Andy's Adventures, man. It's called Toy Story, which like also doesn't help my claim that Woody's the main character, but ah, okay. I thought it was Prolo. I thought that was Prolo the whole time. It's actually oh my. Yeah, and Child's Play is the movie about Chucky, which everybody thinks is called like the Chucky movie or whatever. That's a great point. That's just Eris coughing in the background. It's not blasts. Out here in Redfield smoking big doinks. Yes, man. Yeah, brother. That's far. It's gonna be wasted. They're doing a good job of cutting off here at least. Dude, she sounds like she is sick. If that's... she sounds like she does not feel good. This is their LA force. I'm gonna add Hallowed here. This is such a fucked up spot. Spike here. That's a great banner. We can't push those downs because the banner's there. Give me Indom. Give me 5, 4, 1. We're just gonna chill here for a bit. This is gonna rip through my stab though. I gotta roll big stab again. And then this should be fine. Like we've cleared a lot of these out, but if they had lived a little longer, we would have been in a really tight spot cooldown wise there. Yeah. I gotta look up Your Highness because I don't know. I'm not like a movie buff, but I have it in my folio of things to look up after stream. I'm just gonna roll stab here. I don't trust it. This is still just random roamers in the back. Your Highness. Your Highness. Move. Uh-oh, I'm getting... They know where I am. They hear that dead eye going off. I've never heard of this movie before in my life. But I'll look it up after stream. Who just hit me with a cow? Oh, they built a trap back here. Hallowed here, hallowed. I didn't have stand your ground for that. Which could have been really bad, but... Hallowed expiring. They're doing a good job of keeping us low on cooldowns. Like, we're burning stuff in this Lord's Room, just trying to exist here. If they can get themselves grouped up, then they'll be able to do something with it. But, like, I wouldn't be back there. They're veiling right into us. Just put a line there. Ooh, didn't have stab. Unlucky. You, unlucky. I need resistance here for my friends in case they get mobbed in that tail. They're not going to want to be up there. Hallowed under your feet. Get these condies off. They're going to pull back off down this way, I think, when we push circle. So let's put a sank there just to annoy them. Is that actual SG? Was that Sneb? Is that SG Sneb? Get rid of all of this. Oh no. No, don't. Oh no, man. I don't love this. Well, actually, maybe this is okay. Maybe this is fine. This is I've never. These are new angles for pushing that I've never seen before. That was a bad time to not have stab, unfortunately, but at least now I've got standard ground up. He's going through the hallway again. He fucking loves this hallway, man. Good thing I have 3 dodges. This is why you run energy in World versus World. Oh, fuck. I'm getting low on stab. I'm putting a hallowed on you, and that's about all I've got. I can do 1 stand your ground, and that's it. Are they using the pillars to defend as walls and walk-arounds? They're doing a really nice job of just keeping us scattered, yeah. That's a difficult Lord's Room to fight in, and they're using it really well. So it was, they had Mesmers out on this parapet, they had Mesmers over on this wall, so we can't push out here because we just get pulled off. They had people circling around the pillars and using those to line of sight people so that we couldn't necessarily push to them. And then I also think we had like a Treb or 2 on us or something like that. Plus, it's one of their spawn towers, so it's not like it's hard for them to get away. Or it's not like it's hard for them to run back, I should say. A lot of people are streaming PoE 2. I mean, it just came out today, so it makes sense. It's the hot new thing. And given how much longevity PoE 1 had, I expect it'll be around for a long time. That's still, oh my. They just switched to dark blue tag. Yeah, I've heard people fine all night, so I think it might be a thing on your end. Had to run as admin. Okay. Noted. This box is lying, by the way. I am not top of the shame box. I simply lived longer. The best way to pad your meters on the shame box is to die on tag immediately, and then nobody else can beat you. You didn't learn this technique from me, though. That's forbidden technology. You only use that one if you need to see yourself at the top of a meter. Dodge through and they get frustrated, but always keep the pillars as well as near your face, especially if using a golem. Yeah, I think that's the play. I think Ruthless figured it out at the end. As am I. It's a ton of Gandhi, though. I think Ruthless figured out too late where the good pillar spots were, and by that point we had taken too much haze. Like, you could feel our group just bleeding support cooldowns to keep us alive in that spot. There was constant pressure that we were taking from, like, you know, weavers from like 5 or 6 different angles. Someone hit it. You did hit the bird thing, though. I'm looking at you on the map now, and you appear to have hit the bird thing. Yeah, that's what the bird thing does. That's why you don't hit the bird thing. Okay, then how come it turned you into a bird and it sent you flying, though? Like, if you didn't get hit by the bird thing, how come you got turned into a bird? Yeah. Hold on, let me go pop into Kyoshi's chat and clip it quick. Will VOD review him live? They all talk at SF rallies. They're just shy. Yeah, there's big stranger danger in squad right now. This is the first time a lot of us have ever met each other. We should do introductions. You guys want to, like, share one fun fact about yourselves? No, you don't want to do that? It sounds like a good time, though. No, about yourself, not about me. Alright, I'm gonna let them RP like their new employees at an office for a bit, and then that'll liberate me from having to deal with talking on comms for like the next 20 minutes. Power, pre-stack might. Kyoshi, shout out. Hello, thank you. I'll shout him out. Shout Kyoshi out. Why not? I'm not above it. Let's see if he'll shout it back. Hey, we should chat sometime, Mega, because I do not know a lot about golems. Or, like, really PPT in general. But I love that kind of, like, tactical positioning decision-making that goes into what you're talking about. So. I'm sure there's a bunch of... What are they doing in that spot? I have no stab? What? I'm just gonna Hallowed here. I don't want to use Indom yet. That's an okay dome, but probably a little late for it to come out. And then I can Indom here, and I can go 5, 1... He's gonna drop Nightfall here. I'll drop a resistance field there. They're gonna res a bunch of people in the back here. Yeah, he sees it though. Here comes their Weaver squad. Stab here. Aegis. Conversion. They are scattered to the winds. We will not be able to chase them down. Is this the first time you've asked Yoshi about his food preferences? He's like the most British person on the planet. Yeah, but like all you eat is like foods that don't have flavor from what you've described. Oh man, me personally, I gotta say like a golden kiwi probably is way up there. Or maybe like a peach as well, like a little bit of like firm peach where you can eat it like an apple and it doesn't just like squish all over the place. I think that's where I'm at with fruits. He's like persimmons are my favorite fruit. You can't hear him. You could if you were watching him on stream. He's trying to defend himself. I've heard the way this man talks about food. I'm convinced that Kyoshi's ideal meal is like a toasted piece of bread, no butter, and like mashed potato. This is his idea of a meal. Hello. Oh, I was literally just talking about my favorite fruit. And lo and behold, what should manifest before my eyes but golden kiwi? How was your game? Nice. How was your coffee with Andres at the Italian market?
I didn't end up getting coffee because it was quick, but...
Well, we can go sometime this weekend. I think that'd be fun.
You like that much?
Yeah, it's been a while since I was there.
It's Italian food.
It is, but it's also like kind of got a grocery store vibe, so I'm sure I can just like pick up something that looks good that isn't necessarily Italian. Maybe they've got like a little bit of take-home ravioli or something. That'd be nice.
Oh, so you don't want to eat there? You want to shop?
No, I don't want to eat there. Yeah, I just want to go and shop there. We'll get you a coffee. We'll shop around a bit. We could stop at the Uniqlo on the way home.
Okay.
Fun Saturday activity.
Well, remember that I'm going to be at the boys, and then we're going out with Guillermo, so...
Yeah, so we could do it like before Guillermo. Because we're going to have to walk out there anyway. Right?
Yeah,
No?
I just need to come home early.
Okay.
That's doable.
We can plan it. Thank you for Raid Stack. It's been so long since I got one. I don't know that I will be able to eat it until after we resolve this tower, because I had to be moving non-stop last time we were in here. Podinsky, if you could ask WL to not push until I finish my snack, that'd be thoughtful of you. Sorry, you're going to hear the sound of me opening a Ritz cracker. Repeatedly, because apparently it's a struggle. Okay, we've done it. I love a golden kiwi, man. Goated fruit. Too crunchy of a food. We're gonna have to mute Mike. Thanks for tag, Ruthless. Alright, Ruthless is done, but I'm gonna go find somewhere else to play. How much longer does WL run? K-Win. How much longer you running for? Question mark. I would like to go to a different team, but also WL looked like they were having fun tonight. So I might go and check on them. Not too much. No TY, KD, tag me down. Alright, well we can pretend to do the solo experience in a different way then. We can just do something like this. Random number generator. Min 1, max 12, generate. Team 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Tombs of Draskir. Isn't that supposed to be like the turbo stacked team? There's no queues. Let's go see what's playing. So Desert BL, more like Desert BL. OJ's in Moogaloo Garrison with no tag showing. I don't know if that means it's us with a private tag, but considering this guy is outnumbered, I suspect it means there's just nobody on this map. Who's on EBG? OJ's. Many red dots. This is FTL. Who's going to be tagged here? Because I think Stoich is like on hiatus. So it's not going to be him. We'll go find out. I feel like if I'm not in a squad, I will probably be more useful on DH. And then once we figure out who it is, whoever it is appears dead. So this may be the point that we go back to spawn and we find out where our tag is, if we have one. I think we may not have one. That's how it currently looks to me. Alright, in that case, we will go roamer mode. What could go wrong roaming on Spear DH? I'm sure it'll be fine. Now, if I was Punk, I would probably go here, which I already own, and then I'd probably go here. So that's probably where I would want to fortify first. Work in 2 minutes. Thanks for streaming. Of course. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Is that the real chef in the flesh on your EBG? Let's go take a look at what's going on in this tower. Because this is where I would expect Punk to go next, if they're just trying to draw a fight out of somebody. They actually might not even have gone for this camp. Maybe they pulled off the other side. What's up, Break? Am I winning? I don't know. Right now I'm trying to figure out if I want to get stuck in on commanding on Tombs of Draskir for an hour or so. We'll see. Seems like people are just kind of clouding around and having a good time. So if nobody wants to follow a tag, that's fine. Because I don't particularly want a tag right now, but we'll see what people want. We just finished up with K&T. K&T definitely won. But they were good fights. We had good fights with Bada, we had good fights with Grim, we had good fights with WL, we had good fights with Iron. We had a nice night overall. Resistant just Cloud? I mean, I could. I'm just not very good at it. I'd rather try and get into Tombs of Draskir BL and see what's actually going on in there. Because they've got a queue and it's midnight. So there's got to be some good content in there. This looks like where we're trying to get in. Wall is down. I'll go roam on some people. I'm not a coward. This guy's boned. He's trapped up there. He can never get out. They're right in the choke. I'll be leaving. They're gonna veil into nothing? Yeah, they're gonna veil into basically nothing. They're gonna come for me because Punk does not like me. So we're just gonna bounce away. Maintain a safe and respectful distance. We got a queue on EBG at midnight. What team are you on? Now they're going for Langor. Alright, I'll port spawn. We'll head over to Langor. We'll see about that. We will not see about that. I'll go to Alpine BL. Abaddon's Prison. I mean, if you've got good content on EBG, I'll come over. Gabby Murder Cakes with GFC. I don't think I've played with DFC before, but it could be fun. Depends on what you tell me about what your content is like on EBG and Abaddon's Prison Break. Not sure, but you'll find out. Okay. I'm gonna join this. You want Firebrand or the... Their Discord is this. I almost literally just like read it out loud like an idiot. Sure. Sure. Mute. Okay. Let's go get involved. Straps. 4. Whirl. Weapon spot. 5. Ooh, that's hot. Get me out of there. Get me out of here again. It's a nasty mob. You can swap me. I can swap the Firebrand if you want to put me in a party. I think I'm just in party 1 right now. Hello. How much longer are you guys running, by the way? It is. It's true. I hope that I have not invited evil on your house by making you feel like you have to run even longer, but I only got here at 05 and you're obviously still fighting, so... You could go to a 15, you could go to a 30, it's a Friday. Alright, I'll swap Firebrand for you, and then just put me in whatever party will be useful in. I am streaming, but I am not streaming comms. There is a 3-second delay on my stream. I can also cover map and squad UI if you would like me to. Sorry, usually I ask these kind of things ahead of time, but I'm just kind of like impromptu streaming. I have a 3-second delay on now. You want me to put it to 6? Okay. I will see if I can do that. I may have to end stream and go live for that again, though. I'll see what I can do. Delay. Stream delay. Output. Video. No, wait, it was back here. Where do you live? Advanced? Stream delay? Apply. All right, I'm going to move stream from 3 to 6-second delay. So I will be slightly... It will take me slightly longer to respond if you try to talk. All right, I am able to move stream to 6-second delay. So you're on 6-second now. Oop. All right, we'll run with DFC for like another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll go see what Break's got on. Keep swiftness down. Boba refugee. PVD refugee. PVD spotted. You've got a motley crew in here. Bit of Boba, bit of DFC, bit of Halo, bit of BQ. How about that? He's got a true collection of people running here. That's not a huge red group, though. I think we could probably kill that. KNT tag spotted. That's Tundra. Yep, that is Tundra. That's confirmed. Alright, let's go fight this. We got a line in front. My party is still mostly fine on stead. Rip Aegis off of him. This is gonna need to be second stab. He's gonna try and push all the way into us. We're just gonna keep fighting that off. Give me like a sank here just to annoy them. Stack some might up because he's gonna push off this. We'll chill here and just cleave into it. I want to roll projectile reflex here. Hallowed under you here, Hallowed. I need a second resistance field. He has downs. He's got downs in there. I just don't think we're going to be able to get to him because we've got more. If you see downs, you can win a fight. Your map is Q2. I can switch if it goes away. But also I'm on Firebrand, so I don't think I'm going to be seeing the light of day ever again. Look, I've been playing it for 3 hours already. I don't mind a little more. Set back to spawn. It's Coin running private? Okay. That tracks. I'm pretty sure that Coin would invite you if you asked. They tend to run closed, like, more for convenience of not having to worry about people being off tag. But I don't know what Freak is up to lately. I may swing over and check that out after this, though. Doesn't sound like Crappers is running much longer. And Pour on green. I also really like Pour. Alright, you are on Abaddon's Prison. I will come there after I'm done here. That's a great road. We're just going to keep swiftness going. I would not be there. Alliance Patchwork Quilt? Yeah. This definitely is like an Alliance's as intended squad that he's got going on here. It's a big old collection of people. But then I've known Crappers for a while. Wait, is that who I think it is? No, why would I have put him in as LLVG commander? That's not right. Let's fix that quick. Because that's not who you are. Rename. This is DFC commander. I've known him for a while, though. He's a good guy. I haven't played in like a year other than a handful of times. Yeah, everything is different now, too. There have been a lot of big changes to how the game mode works. You would have missed like restructuring. You would have missed the siege changes. You might have missed like the rewards changes. There's all kinds of things that are different now. Yeah, it's a good time to get back in, though. Keep our swiftness up. Oh yeah, Wizard's Vault. Well, no, you do get Wizard's Vault even if you didn't actually buy Soto, right? You just can't buy everything out of the Wizard's Vault. But that's like a base game feature that you get extras for if you actually own the expansion, right? Have you thought about getting back into the guild lifestyle, or are you just going to go solo for a bit? Like, at a minimum, if you're on Abaddon's Prison with Coin and Poor, those are two groups that are reasonably fun to run with. If you wanted to do the Zerg playstyle. But there's nothing wrong with doing a bit of solo, too. We're danger close at this point, so this is where stab is going to go out. I got an interrupt on my line. I don't think they have stab right now. We got one guy low there. Firebrand, too. Just sneeze on him quick. Yeah, they want to fight outside of any choke. I feel like I would have more agency in these fights if I were able to play DH, but they're short on Firebrand, so I kind of have to do this. It feels like he's struggling with getting a coordinated spike to go off right now. And having a couple strong players on DPS professions would probably help that for him, but it's more important that people have stab in general. It's a lot of people just over pushing. 4, 1, 5. Cleanse these foundies up. Sunbreak that person. I cannot believe I actually saved them. I'm not going to be able to save you, though. Ooh. I need to empower here, actually, to get endurance back more than anything else. Drop a Sank on him here, because I think they're going to try and turn on that tail. I'm seeing more interrupts, but we gotta get these downs. We got one converted. We have a couple downs in there. Ooh. I'm fine. I'm chilling. Line on them when they're pulling off. Lots of immunes. Put a Hallowed here because I think it's just going to stack here for a little bit. Got a lot of people caught here. I'm willing to spend Tomes of Justice on that. This is where he's going to be bleeding support, but you have to be really careful of the moment that he turns in spikes because he's not spent a lot of damage cooldowns yet. They still have a lot in the tank here. They're just waiting for it to come up. Like, that's going to be one opportunity. He's done a good job of navigating through it and staying out of damage there. Line on their tail. You ignored it completely. 2 down stale, 3 down stale, 4 down stale. Yeah, they're starting to buckle now. Give me like a resistance field here. Give me like a half empower. Just want to keep pressure on. Yeah, all he has to do now is just drain the head. I'm gonna stomp Tundra specifically. No, Tundra, my beloved. Stomp that boy. Now you can tag down because you ended on a win. And it's 15 after the hour. Absolutely not. I'm on hour 4.5 of my own stream. I've got like no neurons left. I just gotta go find big commanders to follow and turn my brain off and press buttons at this point. Oh wow, you went really late then. Yeah, I'll try and catch you guys around some other time though. It's been fun. Have a good rest of your night. Smashing keys is the way to go. Alright, so that's DFC done. I'm gonna wait for this. I don't need to wait for this tick. I command on this. I'm gonna get like 19 pips per tick. And then you're saying Abaddon's Prison is the place that I want to be. Should I go follow Poor or should I go follow Coin on EBG? Probably go reset my map before anything else. I'll let you decide. I'm a slave to the viewers. Never mind. Answer my own question. EBG is queued. We'll go find somebody on the borderland. White swords at a camp should be a pretty good indication of something going on. But it's also possible that just flips to a solo player. So what else is going on? Dreadfall Bay, no white swords. Geary, no white swords. Single claim, one guild, I don't recognize them. Probably a solo player. I'll try Blue BL, I don't think there's anything in the green right now. No OJs, no white swords. Blue BL. No white. No, well, one white sword. But it's ours. No, it's not ours. I'm Abaddon's prison, not Throne of Balthazar. Red group Durius, Lord 50. I can't help that. That's EBG. No other white swords. Let's try Desert Peel. Hmm. FAFO was messing up on BL earlier. I don't. Well, that might actually be FAFO now, right in front of me now that you mention it. What the fuck is this? This is FAFO. This is a very interesting strategy that they've developed here. If I had to guess, I would say that Revan probably, like, finished his Infinite Cata blueprint. Certainly what it looks like to me. This is bullying. This is rude. This is bullying. I'm just trying to congratulate a man on unlocking his Infinite Gizmo, and this is what you do to me? Community is lost. I'm sorry that you had to see that. That's not what World versus World is about. We don't condone these actions. There's an immediate whisper from Revan. I like Revan. Congrats on your Infinite Cata Gizmo. Infinite Golems? You'll do it. You'll get there. Oh, this is Jewel. Oh, it's King. This is the Mag matchup. I didn't realize this was the Mag matchup. That explains why EBG is queued so deep. Break, you're stuck with the ultimate EBG defense force in this matchup. I might actually just go run with Revan. What team was he? Who did I die to? Green? I think that was green. You haven't seen Mag? There is a person on my friends list who I'm like 90% sure is in Mag Swag who is in this matchup. 95% sure. Yes, they are. No, they're red. Okay. I'm just gonna go play with Revan for a bit. So I need to go to Throne of Balthazar. I will not make it through that EBGQ if Magswag is actually in this matchup. Plus, they'll do a better job per player of being on EBG than I will. Plus, I played with them last week. I don't want to be too favoritism oriented. Is Mag on blue? Yeah, I think Mag is on Abaddon's prison, but not positive. Alright, he was on desert. I think, not positive. Never mind, I can just join myself. So we'll hop in FAFO Discord, because I don't think I have theirs either. Hello. I am streaming tonight. There are no comms, but I can cover squad UI and map if you would like me to, and there's currently a 6-second delay on stream. Okay. I will continue doing no comms, but everything else uncovered. Except chat. Chat is obviously covered, but that's like for my protection, not yours. I liked your innovative kata structure that you were building. I just had to come ask more questions about it. That's true. We've definitely had some cases with the infinite golem that Zik built for K&T, where we've constructed siege blueprint walls around ourselves to prevent us from being pushed. It works very well. Mm-hmm. This is the latest you've been online gaming in ages. And I finished my dissertation and Amanda went to bed. So I'm like, I might never go to sleep again. I'm big time chilling. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, that party looks like it has enough firebrands. Let's do something that is not support oriented for once tonight. You don't do your PhD so bad, that or a second master's? Well, we've like spent the whole stream disparaging the higher educational system in the US, so I don't know that the current vibe in stream is going to be a place that gives you unbiased advice on that topic today, but it's kind of something that you got to decide if you want to do for yourself. The cost benefit on a PhD really does not work out all that often. It's more for like what kind of conversations does it open? What kind of status does it give you? Yeah, you can make men call you doctor, which is very powerful. But like from a financial perspective, purely from a financial perspective, I don't think the PhD is worth it these days. MD is kind of a different equation, but you just joined on the stream, even you know it's a bad proposition for value. Nobody gets a PhD to make money. Unless you're very, very fast at doing your PhD and it's fully funded by whatever lab you're working with. You usually do it because you want to progress further in academia as a career, or you want the extra credibility that comes with it. Although I did forget that you were a therapist. Break. I did my undergrad in philosophy. Or sorry, not philosophy. In psychology. Isn't there a difference when you're a therapist where, like, if you're a psychologist, you can't prescribe medication, but then if you're a psychiatrist, which actually has, like, the doctor title associated with it, then you can? So, like, when I'm talking about if a PhD is worth it or not, I'm primarily talking in the context of education, because that's where mine was. But there are some fields, I think, where the doctoral level, the degree, actually makes, like, a bigger difference. It's just that education is not one of them. Fuck. Psychiatrist can prescribe. Okay. This was like 10 lifetimes ago that I learned that, so I'm just making sure that I didn't misremember it. The heady days of like 2010. There's also a difference between psychologists and counselors. Yeah, that's true. Does that divide basically come down to, like, psychologists tend to be more cognitively oriented and counselors tend to be more, like, socially oriented? I only really have the perspective from the psychology side. And all of my psychology stuff was like exposure therapy, the dude who, like, smoked cigarettes even though he shouldn't have, but he came up with a whole psychological theory about how actually it's okay to smoke cigarettes. You know the guy. You know. He looked like an asshole, and he, like, kind of was an asshole, but he was also smart. You know him. Psychiatrists or MDs, they do a 4-year residency after medical school. Yeah. So when I'm talking about me being a doctor, that is a PhD. It is not an MD. And the difference in what a doctor means is very different anytime you're in a medical field. So, like, when I'm disparaging the state of being a PhD student in academia, that is with a focus on the social sciences specifically. It is not about the medical sciences. Although, if you guys are medical sciences, I'd be curious to hear about it. You're welcome to share your own value propositions about PhDs in the medical landscape. I guess they're not PhDs in the medical. You know what I mean. Doctorships in the medical landscape. Psychologists approach from a treat the symptom perspective, where counselors focus on whole person. Okay, that makes sense. I can see that. My wife did social work, so she's, like, sort of involved in that field. She didn't go all the way down like counselor, the counselor career path dialogue choice, but she was kind of in that same neighborhood, even if she wasn't in that same field. So there's stuff that I've picked up from her. Must be from those folks who are not 7 years of med school. Wait until you find out about my 7 years of ed school. But that's primarily because I took way too long to do mine. I had a good working relationship with my advisor, and most of my motivation for doing a PhD was actually just to have more time to spend working with him and gaining his expertise in the field. So I try to not think about it in terms of like it was sunk time and I should have graduated faster, because the job training and like mentorship that I received from that long of a PhD was very valuable. But my PhD took forever, man. I took a very, very long time to get out. World's greatest jump puzzler. Did you see this movement on those steps, man? Parkour professional. Okay, good knockback, good knockback. Am I staying in academia? I'm getting the hell out. Man, for a bunch of reasons. For one, I live in the US, and I don't think that there is going to be a recognizable academia in 4 years. I think worst case scenario is that not only does the Department of Ed get dismantled, but like the NSF also gets dismantled. And then all of the grant money that modern academia is built off of vanishes. And the like public university infrastructure basically crumbles as a result. Because most public universities are like basically funded in part by Department of Education, NSF, etc., like grant programs. So there's that. But also, like, academia is a disaster currently and has been a disaster for some time, excluding the current political environment. It's not like academia was a wonderful place to be in, like, 2014. Academia had some deep systematic problems at that point as well. The biggest, at least for my particular universe in education, is that... Who's the ANET tag? Oh, it's Senna. Was Senna here before me, or did Senna just join because he saw me playing? This guy right here, this gentleman. How long's he been here? This gentleman, oh, about 30 seconds? Okay. I was gonna say, you came to see Revan? Okay. Just making sure. I just had to make sure that I wasn't getting stream sniped. Okay, where was I? Issues in academia in like 2014. At least in my world in education, academia prioritizes the wrong outcomes for what the profession should be. So the spirit and concept of academia and education is one of mentorship, is one of teaching, is one of professional development, and is one of good like public speaking and ability to communicate science and academic topics to people. That is what academia, good academia, should reward, in my opinion. What academia does reward is publication count and citation count. And so, what you have wound up with in the modern academia environment, and I can speak to this in terms of the US, and it might be true in other countries as well, but I don't publish in a lot of international venues. I publish in some, but not in a lot. Is that there is a push in academia that the more you write and the more people cite you, the better of an academic you are. And so professionals that are involved in academia, both at a student level and at a professional level, are more invested in improving their citation count than improving the quality of their work, because the peer review system that leads to papers being published is not necessarily an inherently unbiased system itself. So academia it has this problem of kind of consuming itself and focusing too much on the social capital that you're able to build through publishing papers rather than actually being a good member of a community and somebody who's able to communicate effectively to people who want to learn more about the work that you do. And that is the biggest driver for why I'm not really interested in staying in academia professionally, because I don't think as a field it rewards the things that I find fulfilling about doing it. And that's not to say that a corporate environment is necessarily going to be better, but like as unfortunate as it is, I think that the state of mentorship and teaching and fostering communities in corporate environments is actually in some ways better than it is in academia. And even if it wasn't, they pay you twice as much. So I could look at taking a like associate professorship in the United States, make 60, maybe 70,000 a year. I could go and work at McGraw Hill tomorrow and make 135. Like, what are we doing, man? Also, thanks for the resub, Amanda. Hello. My wife has arrived. Everybody put your stuff away. We have to be on our best behavior now. It's a great explanation of the problems in academia. Yeah, because I've been locked in this shit for like 14 years. Because I live it. I have lived it. I don't intend to live it for much longer, Lord willing. And like, it sucks, man, because ideally, academia should be something that like moves society forward through its ability to close equity gaps and like give educational resources to people who may not necessarily be able to access them otherwise. But that is not what modern academia is. Modern academia is a competition to see who can get the most citations in a like medium reputability journal that will publish your work. I just don't think that helps anyone. My commander hasn't gone inside yet. That's my bad, y'all. I'm just trying to finish my crackers. I'll stay on tag this time, I promise. Revan, you know about the hole? You know about the hole over here? There's a hole over here. Do not fall in it because you need a mesmer portal to get back out. Don't show Senna. He's gonna ruin it. No, no. Don't look at my hole. No, my hole. That's where I keep all my goodies when I break back into this keep. Alright, my wife, love of my life, thinks my perspective on academia is valid, but a little reductive. Disclaimer, she plans on continuing to work in academia, which means that she will be even more informed about it than I am. And I'm going to finish my snack and let her explain. In fact, if she wanted to get out of bed, hypothetically, and just come up here and grab the mic, she could even, like, talk herself. And then I truly would not have to do anything. That would be neat. But she was busy today, so I don't think she's going to do that. Chat, I've completed my snack.
Alright, keep your road.
Wrong overlay. we don't have to meet anymore. So that's nice. So Amanda says academia gives some people in some positions the freedom to openly explore, innovate, and ask and answer interesting questions. I assume you're talking about the tenure system, where once you achieve tenure, you're able to do that. And communities of people coming together who want to do that is pretty cool when they're not toxic hellholes. That's true. But I would wonder how much of that is like academia specific versus can you have communities of people who want to do things together in like a nonprofit kind of sense, or in a NGO kind of sense, or in like a volunteer kind of sense? Are there affordances that academia has for academic communities that those types of people coming together who want to do things are cool don't have access to. Also, later break. Nice seeing you. Glad you're back playing the game. We should get together sometime and play with some of the groups that are on your team. What is all this? Wonder if I can leap that. That's 5 seconds. We'll never know. You're a medical doctor. Private practice is more lucrative than practicing in a teaching hospital. Yeah, but like the medical field has a lot of its own issues these days too, man. Like, I don't want to invite discussion of this topic on the stream because I'm certainly not going to comment on it. But I'm sure that within the medical field, people have had interesting conversations about the homicide rate in New York over the last week, for example. If you catch my drift. Nervous Jocko? Yeah, me too. I am on Yolan Haven, and it looks like most people who submitted a ticket also wound up there. So we had 30 people in squad tonight, which when I was whispering Revan about it, he was like, yeah, you'd probably have like 30 people per team. We had 30 people in squad. Every person in squad was on Yolan. So I think that people who made tickets, got a ticket response, and have logged in for reset had all been sorted by that point. So it sounds like that situation will be resolved. I haven't looked at Discord since I started streaming, and I went live like an hour before reset. So I haven't looked at like KNT Discord or FA Discord to see if there are any sorting issues. But it sounds like if people followed the advice that the guild leaders gave out, which was submit a ticket and explain what happened, for the most part, it looks like they got moved. It's good. It's nice that that group will be able to play together, because like there's a bunch of people who were just caught in crossfire of stupid drama between two guild leaders that really did not deserve it. So I'm sure it's going to lead to accusations of favoritism because it was something that happened to a Boonball guild, etc., etc. But like, it's 300 people who were basically out of a community to play with for a month, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Not even on the same map. That keep is going. Not only did we abandon your keep, we abandoned it to boot. They're gonna flip that back immediately. What team am I on right now? Right now I'm on Throne of Balthazar. But that's partner privilege. I was sorted to Yolan Haven. I've just been partner transferring around for the last hour. Seeing who else is doing stuff. Exploring the world. Yeah, every team. They call me Mr. Everybody Worldwide. I ain't afraid of no oil. No, my RAM! That's all I can do. How's EU's World versus World scene going? I don't know, but I haven't heard great things. Honestly. I haven't played over there recently. But it sounds like people in EU are starting to get tired of the fact that EU's meta is completely dominated by 50-man Zergs. Which is something that NA realized in like 2020, 2021. And we all kind of collectively decided that like fighting at 30 is more fun, so we're going to try and cap our group sizes at 30. I think EU is about to have that same experience, where they realize that fighting in 50 is not fun. And even if you're winning and playing a mathematically optimal squad, and it is technically the best way to play World versus World if you want to win fights, that if you want the game mode to be fun, you can't have squads that big. So I think that's going to be difficult growing pains for them over the next little bit. I think people are kind of frustrated by it right now, and I think it's kind of a frustrating time in World versus World overall, from things like, you know, the yak changes, the Lord health changes, restructuring constantly being a boogeyman for I miss my old server community that was good, even though for every good server community under servers, there were 2 servers that were tiny at no population. And so I think there's a lot of like just broader frustrations with game different and I don't like that are coming out, but for the Zerg content specifically, I think that is an issue the EU is starting to reckon with. I'm trying to revive as many people as I can, Commander. Commander, it is warm here. It's so much siege up there. Yeet. I should spend some more time on EU now, though, that I've got a bit more free time. Especially because if we do end up doing this international move, EU's hours are going to be much more convenient for me to play. NA reset is like 4 a.m. to set, like my normal stream hours, 9 p.m. Eastern to like midnight, is like 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. in most of the EU. And I'd be willing to do that like once or twice a week, but 3 to 4 times a week, I think I'd actually like pass away. So we may have to go find a couple good EU servers if we end up over on the other side of the pond in the next year or so. Yes. Mortar fire was always that broken. People just usually don't stand in it. Yeah. Maybe ANET should do a weekend where squads are limited to 25. It wouldn't matter. Like, in 2014, 2015, in the very, very early stages of the game, there were no squads. Like, you couldn't make a squad. The only organizational tool you had was the party, but commander tags were visible across the whole map. And you still had 50-man squads. They would just be 50-man squads of individual 5-man parties that would follow a commander around. So if you had a squad limited to 25 weekend, or you even had like a no squads weekend, you would just see people do that. They would comp individual parties, they would all join comms, and functionally they would operate the exact same way they do now. I am not a smart balance person, but the best way to punish groups running 50 stack is probably the inclusion of more skills that have like a target cap of 10 rather than a target cap of 5. But recent balance changes seem like they're moving it in the other direction, where like Prime Light Beam only hits 15 people now instead of 25, maybe like 9, I don't remember. And they did the same thing to Scorched Earth too, where like both of those have seen their target cap restricted. My intuition is that if you were to make that change in the other direction, you would make it slightly easier to fight outnumbered. But I'm not a game dev, so I don't know. Good pull, good pull, good pull. Wow, he did it. Good punt, great job. You've got a Mesmer going goblin mode on this cliff, by the way. Keep an eye out for them. I want to DH chain them. There they come. They're going to stealth to break target here. Oh, they're going to go inside. There they are, hiding behind the stairs. They're going to wait until we get close. They're going to drop out. I'm going to roll stab because there's the focus pole. There's the second focus pole. There's the drop. I saved my party. But if other people weren't paying attention, that's their problem. Time for Ellie to shine 50-man target Meteor Storm. You'll note that I said 20 and not 50, because 50-man target caps would be completely busted. The idea is that you want to give a smaller group the ability to punch up against a larger group, not that you want to give 5 Ellies the capacity to wipe a Zerg. You going straight in. Convert this, convert this. Good roads. Got stabbed for a while. I'll just rip some stacks, I guess. Alright, good spike. That was FAFO I was running with. This was the guy I was talking about, where he beats my ass on damage every single fight. 80-20. Like, that was a beautiful DH spike. He still beat me on it by 6,000 damage. He's so good. Their DH is really, really good. That was me? Which one was me? Was that you? Was that your TNUC tag, your Dyslexic Anonymous in there? Are you also playing on an alt? You're on Yolan with us, Cloggin. What are you talking about? Oh, it's Ash. Okay. That guy who never joins Twitch chat to talk to me and just has all of his questions go through you. I hate that guy. He never helps with my Twitch channel engagement. He's the enemy. Yeah, that guy. Stand by. No, no, no. Don't clip that. No, no. I tolerate Ash. He's okay. He's not the worst guy. I don't mind him. Oh, it's so over for you. Oh, good miss. Too bad I still have my chain? Nah, you're fine. You live this time. Like, you forgot clipping existed? No! No! I'll just whisper him before you can get to me. No, I'm not friends with him, or he's not online, I'm not sure. Actually, I don't think I ever friended Ashram. Yeah, I didn't. Ooh, that's rough. Okay, maybe, you know what? Maybe I do deserve to be clipped. Maybe I actually do hate that guy. Nowhere to miss for you now. Soul East. Close stream now. Good. It's not for him. Hi, Ash. How are you? Don't worry about what I'm doing. You're fine. How do I... They don't make this easy. You don't have a lot of UI elements on your interface when I click on your name. You ever think about that? Ash, who are you playing with these days, by the way? Because I think you went more nomadic than Quaggan did, where you wanted to play with a couple different teams. How have you been doing? Or did you go to... No, you went to Boba, didn't you? You went to go play with somebody in Boba. DC, maybe? Am I just making things up? Myself, mostly? Okay, you don't need to... I don't need to know all that. Hope you've been having a nice time just wandering around playing with friends. It's a fun way to approach the game mode when you're not tied down to any particular community. I was trying to figure out how to give you VIP, if you must know, but they really bury that option in a bunch of UI elements, so I can't. Like, it says a lot about what Twitch thinks you need to do when you click on a username when I click on you, and my options are manage suspicious user, warn, timeout, ban, purge, 4 different options for timeouts, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 8 hours, 24 hours. All I wanted to do was give you a VIP because I thought it would be funny. But Twitch is like, oh, you want this guy deleted forever? You want him removed from the internet? You want us to scrub his existence from the digital face of the earth? We can do that for you. They're gonna drop out behind. They're gonna go straight for the katas? I can... Oh, it's all clones! I've been baited. I've been baited on fucking chrono clones. Disastrous, man. You? No. I don't know where you went, but... I don't know where that poll put you, but I hope you're doing okay. We good? We chilling here? We good? That was disrespectful. Well, why'd you have so many clones? Huh? What you doing with all those clones? That's suspicious. Why you need that many? Clones for me. Listen. You test my patience. Oh, it was Leo's clones. Okay, alright, that's fine. I'm gonna go fight this lord. I mean this. Revan is... I'm not gonna, like... explicitly leak comms, but Revan is talking some stuff right now. He's like, that group can thin us out, so you really need to be careful. You can just stick on tag. Is this true? Are you going to thin us out? Are you a bad enough dude to pull people standing at the top of the stairs for like 800 off tag? There's like 2 of them. Get this guy. Base Thief? Sandchar Tonic? Oh, you're still running back? Well, we're burning the Lord too fast, unfortunately. You fell here. Was that you that I DH chained into a wall? When you tried to jump off the cliff and glide and I popped the F1? Oh no. Is that why you got... Is that why that was disrespectful? I did not know that was you, but it is very funny. Yeah, it turns out half my Twitch chat was trying to defend this hills from you, and they think you're a real asshole right now, Revan. Yeah. Sorry I had to find out this way, but... Whew, man. Streaming makes you feel real powerful. It is crazy. I'm not responsible. Hello, over here. Cloggin, those are the reaction times that I would expect out of a group that thought that we were going to push 6 seconds later than we actually were going to push. I'm not suggesting that you may have potentially died to like typing in Twitch chat, but it looks that way. It gives the appearance of a group that died because they were all typing in Twitch chat. It's just how it looks. I'm not saying that's how it is. All skill issue? Yeah, the skill of not being able to type fast enough. I'm sorry. I should go to bed. I like you guys. I'm sorry. There's a small evil person inside of me tonight who's working some frustrations out. It's not personal. Gotta evict the goblin. The goblin's my friend, man. I keep him in a cage most of the time, but he's been there for me through some hard times. I can't evict the goblin. That goblin and I have been through a lot together. I have 2 Janther Wilds gift boxes? What? And I think I'm done with all this stuff too. Like, where's my GW Chapter 2 to move all these UI elements out of the way relic collection? Beautiful relic. Relic? I don't remember any of these. I should probably go back and unlock those at some point. Later, Sylvie. Have a good one. I'm probably not going to be going much longer. It's already 1 AM over here. But I'm having fun, and there's groups running, so we'll go a little further. Relic. I just want to know, am I done with JW set 2? Yes, I am done with JW set 2. I'm done with Woad armor, I think. I'm done with Woad armor for sure. Okay, so now what do I spend on? Blood Moon weapon boxes, I guess? I guess we're doing Blood Moon weapons now? Wow, it's very cloudy back here. Let me grab a second one. Blood Moon weapon box. That dude got extremely net turreted by something. Where did these boxes go? Oh, there they are. Are these good? They're okay. They're a little, like, I like the shape of them, but the blade is kind of not really my speed. Are these sellable? These are sellable. Oh, they're expensive. I'm still gonna unlock them because I'm doing it for the skins, not for the gold. However, holy cow. He has 6 gold for finishing that reward track, basically. That kind of rocks. And then I get a convergence extraction whenever I'm done with it, whatever that is. Alright. Got him. This dude is really 40 people right now. It is crazy. It is 1:17 a.m. Eastern. He's got 40 people in the squad. FAFO is late night. Cloggin and friends, I am the problem. I recognize. You have 10. Yeah, I know. I feel bad. Also, you don't have 10. This is more than 10. Like, you might have 10 in squad, but you have more than 10 people there. I'm saying we've got 40 just in squad, and I see green names when I press Alt. It is kind of crazy that we have downs with this many people around. Like, I thought they nerfed ACs. That's interesting. You should come over here. Oh, good blink. Actually, insane blink. He blinked out of my pull before I even got him to me. What you gonna do about a GS3, though? That's my question. Yeah, I'll duel you. I'll go. Well, okay, never mind. He pulled off. Oh, because he's following me. See if I can hit anything up on that wall. I can hit a couple people up there. Good time for them to push the kata, though. Actually, great spectral grasp, but I don't think you're going to be able to capitalize off of it. We're going to lose these katas. I might actually just die myself. Yeah, that's one kata gone. Yeah, you're going to lose it. You're under a mortar here and a couple other things. Damn, 12 defended from 41, and they really be saying that defense is dead. Alright, now we find a Harbinger with a T-Nuck tag. Ooh, unlucky. I should not. I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm not gonna pin snipe T-Nuck. That's mean. I'm just gonna fire my F1s into a stack without checking for stab first, like usual. Oh, that's the Mez one. We gotta be careful of him. Watch this. Hope you guys don't push. It'd be a real shame if you pushed out right now. Ooh! It's okay, he was trying to go in, but still. Nobody expects the double DH trap on your portal. He still hasn't missed it inside, huh? Actually, we probably never got him to 50%. He never felt like he needed to. Sometimes innocent people suffer at the malicious hands of others. The Guild Wars 2 philosopher has logged on. Logan Thackeray asked, quote, you know, Pork could actually, like, form up here. What, calling it a Logan Thackeray-esque quote? You said it was memes. I thought it was just fair game. Also, thanks for the sub, Leo. Appreciate it. This has been a fun stream tonight. I'm glad that I streamed. With all the stuff going on with Cornerstone, I was like, maybe I should just take a night and, like, hang out with my friends and have a low-key night, but... Excuse me, this person just pin-stomped my commander? This can't stand? Stomping? I will defend this man with my life. Anyway, I've had a really fun stream tonight. What a nice community I have. What a nice group of people. Oh, yeah. Alright, 1:30. I'm gonna go to bed. You got 8 more minutes. I'm starting to get tired. We will do it for 8 more minutes, and then we'll do a couple of streams over the weekend. Stand still. Alright, I'll stand still. I'm standing still. That's not me. That's still not me. Oh, that's a really bad pull. I was standing still. Oh, okay, I see. Yes, man. Yes. I'm gonna let Senna teach you a lesson, though. Get bodied by a... Ah, he pulled off, too. Never mind, it's just randoms. I mean, I know that the delay is kind of, like, confusing things a little bit, but you have to understand that from my perspective, you said hold still. I watched you kill 3 people standing next to me and leave me completely untouched, and then I watched your entire squad get pulled directly onto Revan's commander tag. From my perspective, it was extremely funny. I don't know if you planned it that way, but... I'm putting the hurt on that mortar. I'm gonna end this ballista's whole career. Alright, 97. We've done it. Don't turn the mortar, you guys. We really need this one. We're on a morale break. We're trying to regroup our enthusiasm to play the game after our crushing defeat in front of your garrison. But like if you were to turn the mortar right now, that would be extreme bully. Oh, never mind. Poor's actually here. This is just a normal fight. You have no stab? Is this allowed? They're gonna go inside. Oh, you could push for the portal so hard right now, Nevin. Nah, they're gonna come back out. Step up. I don't have any sense on when he likes to push. Oh, that's gonna be rough for people who dodged left, brother. He's 80-20 still kicked my ass on damage. I'm not even on it. Oh, I gotta go to bed. This is shameful. Good dodge. Great dodge, in fact. I've got traps for this. Giving my commander Aegis? He's so low. Can I get heals on this man? This man is about to die. He's losing a ton? Yeah, he lost a bunch. Holy cow. Oh my god, it's carnage. What a push. Good lord. Dude, I love Port. Port's a great guild. That is a fun group of people to play with. Yeah, damn is right. Is Tilted there? I don't know. Maybe? What would Tilted's, like, character name be? Tilted blank. I don't currently see a Tilted, no. Yeah, no Tilted spotted. I should probably stop spitting all these Fightbot logs out, because those are actually just going into K&T's Discord. Not to like a public channel, it's just one that the class leads look at, but still. Yoink. Must rebuild your friends list. Yeah, I should probably go and rebuild mine. Mine is getting very complicated. Anyone still running X if room in Cornerstone Guild chat? Chaba should still be running. As far as I know. Yeah, Chaba's on Rail's Respiel. You should be able to run with Chaba at this point. The merits of an alliance with insane coverage. If you're playing between like 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. Eastern on any day, we probably have a tag. Ugh. 30s Blue just reached SMC and are going to lore now. Be very quiet. Fair enough. Alright, I'm going to do one more fight with... Here's the way the rest of the stream is going to go. I'm going to do one more fight with Revan. I'm going to quit Guild Wars. I'm going to play Pokedoku, Time Guesser, and Contexto, and then I'm going to go to bed. So if you're trying to plan your night out, Probably like 20 more minutes in stream. And then I will be taking my leave. Oh, many bad men down there. Get back here. You can fight this. Get back here. Use one. What does he want to choke? He's mounted engage. He's mount disengaging, man. He's gone. You could fight that. You could fight that. No guts, no glory. No, they've successfully strung the tail out. That's for sure. That's one of ours dead. It's two of ours dead. That's such wasted stab. This guy's just S-keying. Oh, he's so lucky you got that mount off. I can get a res off on this. You're surrendering the territory. Oh, they just want the open field fight. Oh, because they'd be under siege if they fought at our hills. Okay, I'm sure. Sure. I understand. I'm speaking your language. We stab up for this. We look for people who don't have stab. You have 15 stacks. That's not going to be good enough. They're going to try and work that corner. I'm going to go like here. Give me 2 traps and then shelter me back to tag. Then give me like 5, 4, 3. And then I need to move immediately because it's going to be super hot. I could probably get a cheeky RF in here real quick. And then they're going to push into this, so we're going to go spin, spin, trap, trap, swap, 5, 4, 3. And then this is spear auto territory, and you just need to trust my healers to keep me alive here. Ooh, it's hot. It's real hot. See, they could have killed us like in siege, man. They could have fought us at the gates of that hills, and they probably would have still killed us. Oh, man, congrats for my PhD. Thank you. I'm good. We have this is my last fight for Guild Wars, so you're hopping in right at the end, but we're gonna go do Pokedoku, Time Guesser, and Contexto, and then I'm gonna head off. But it's been nice. It's good to have a bunch more free time now that we're done with school kind of stuff. I'm looking forward to getting back into streaming a bit more regularly. Revan, I swear it's not because you lost the last fight, it's because I told myself I was gonna go to bed at 1:30, but I'm leaving. Have fun with Poor. That looks like it should be fun content, but I'm going to bed. I am a DH. I do not know what party I'm in because I'm in party view. Oh wait, hold on. There's 3 seconds in the tick. You guys heard any good jokes lately? Oh, this is so awkward. All right, I'm gonna leave later. Have a good night. All right, so that is us done with Guild Wars.